Good morning, everybody. Hope you'll come in and take your seat. We're running behind and we've got a packed agenda. Kristen, are most of the people in? Thank you. Very good. Dimming the lights. All right. I forget every year that this is a very collegial, talkative group. It's great to have you all here. All right. My name is Eve Bird, and I'm the director of the mental health program here at the Carter Center. And I want to extend our welcome to the Carter Center and the 29th annual Rosalynn Carter Georgia Mental Health Forum. I talked with one of my colleagues, Judy Fitzgerald, earlier, and she said she was here for the very first. Yes, and I'm sure there are others. We will be, at the end of this program, we'll be giving you the dates very quickly for the 30th, so we'll make sure you're all here then. But thank you for showing up today. We extend to each and every one of you a warm Carter Center welcome. As a reminder, and for newcomers, the purpose of this forum is to raise a diverse group of participants' awareness and engagement in a few of Georgia's mental health policy priorities. Rarely do differing perspectives, including the consumer, families, friends, colleagues, caregivers, providers, advocates, policymakers, and philanthropy come together to learn and engage on important policy issues impacting Georgia. Today you hear from consumers, persons with the challenge of a mental illness or substance abuse disorder, the impact on them of policy and the impact of the arts on their recovery. Recovery is real. Isn't that why we're here today? You will also hear from advocates, providers, and policymakers on topics such as parity. Your mind and body are equally as important. And we're fortunate in Georgia to have model legislation that is meant to make sure health insurance covers it equally. But this legislation must be implemented. We have much work to continue to do. You will hear about the efforts to make sure all schools have mental health promotion and substance use prevention programming, and making sure all children and families have access to care when at risk and when challenged with an illness. You will also hear about efforts to gather data and raise community awareness on alternatives to police response to mental health and substance use crisis. We believe at the Carter Center that a proper response to a health condition is a human right, a human dignity issue, and there must be an alternative to law enforcement engagement. Being sick is not a crime. Police do not see this as their role. New this year, we are very excited to include a panel on caregiving. It has been formally announced that the Rosalynn Carter Institute for Caregivers will merge with the Carter Center Mental Health Program at the end of June, bringing together the work of Mrs. Carter under one institution. We, no doubt, will be better together carrying Mrs. Carter's legacy forward. I like to call it a marriage versus a merging. And finally, we will provide some tips on advocacy. We also look forward to hearing from you after each panel. So make sure to fill out your cards with your questions and comments. We hope you enjoy visiting with colleagues and friends today. I see that you have already, as much as we have as a staff in preparing to welcome you here for this important discussion. Again, thank you for being here. And I want to take a minute to also thank our many donors, because without our donors, we could not do what we do here at the Carter Center. Thank you, Georgia Health Initiative, Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, Truist Charitable Fund, Southern Company, UCB Community Health Fund, DBHDD, and many generous individuals. So thank you again for being here and a welcome. And at this time, I'd like to have our folks up in the box there. I want to introduce you to Paige Alexander, our CEO. Some recorded remarks. Paige is in Geneva at the World Health Assembly, and I'm sure advocating on all of our parts. Thank you.
Good morning, and welcome to the 29th Rosalynn Carter, Georgia Mental Health Forum. We are honored to have you join us today at the Carter Center for the event, and I'd like to offer a special thank you to today's outstanding presenters and panelists, including Commissioner Kevin Tanner, Representative Todd Jones, Dr. John Castantino, Dr. Pierluigi Mancini, Deputy Director Linda Krieble, Superintendent Will Schofield, Director Brenda Cibulis, and others who will guide us through today's critical conversations. I am so sorry I can't be here with you, but I am traveling today to be at the World Health Assembly. However, I saw the list of attendees and I was glad to see so many familiar names as well as new ones. My colleagues are truly delighted to engage in this important work alongside each of you. Your dedication, insight, and collaboration are what makes progress possible. Whether you're a policymaker, practitioner, advocate, or lived experience expert, your partnership is deeply valued. In today's complex and often uncertain landscape, conversations about improving access to mental health care for all are more important than ever. Today, we bring together a diverse perspective to identify shared goals and advance solutions that can make a real difference in people's lives. Our ongoing commitment to mental health reflects an enduring legacy of President and Mrs. Carter, who believed that the measure of a society is how it cares for its most vulnerable. They understood that mental health is foundational to overall well-being and spent decades working to ensure it is treated with the same urgency and compassion as physical health. By coming together to have these conversations and to push for meaningful progress, we honor their vision and help carry it forward. Together, we're moving closer to a future where everyone has access to quality mental health care and the opportunity to live a full and meaningful life. Again, we welcome you to the 29th Rosalynn Carter, Georgia Mental Health Forum, and thank you for your work and participation in the day ahead. And now it's my pleasure to turn it over to Associate Director for Public Policy, Sarah Phillips.
Thank you, Paige. Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see all of you around the room and also know many of you are joining online. Thank you so much for being here and tuning in. My name is Sarah Phillips. I'm the Associate Director for Public Policy here at the Carter Center. Like I said, whether you're here joining us at the Carter Center or virtually, we are so delighted to have you with us. Today is about connection. It's about collaboration, and it's about facilitating courageous conversations. So you'll hear from leaders, advocates, and change makers who are shaping the future of mental health in Georgia and beyond. No convening is complete without some quick housekeeping notes. So a quick note before we begin, you can access our program containing the agenda and speaker bios by scanning the QR code found on the screen throughout today's presentations, and also on your tables if you're here with us in person. Additionally, the program will contain links to resources for further explanation and deep dives provided by some of the experts that you'll hear from today, so make sure you take a chance to review those programs. Each panel today, like Eve said, will have an opportunity for Q&A, so if you have a question for the panelists, please write it down on the index cards that are on your table. Members of our team will be coming around to collect them. And if you're joining virtually, we also welcome you to submit questions in the chat, and we'll get them to our panelists. We want today to just be as collaborative as possible, interactive as possible, and we hope you leave today not only informed, but inspired, both to advocate, to innovate, and to continue the important work of building a more equitable and compassionate mental health system. With that, it is my honor to turn it over to Mayor Andre Dickens for a recorded welcome from the City of Atlanta.
Hello, Mayor Andre Dickens here. I'm honored to greet you all as you gather for the 29th Rosalynn Carter Georgia Mental Health Forum. The late former First Lady Rosalynn Carter's legacy of advocating for mental health has had a lasting impact, and I'm proud that you all are carrying that work forward. As mayor of Atlanta, I know mental health is a critical part of our city's well-being. When we don't address it, it affects everything: public safety, homelessness, and the overall health of our neighborhoods and families. We've made some progress, like our community response teams and the Center for Diversion and Services, in our work to expand mental health services in Atlanta's schools. But we still need to address the root causes, like poverty or trauma, if we're going to make real change. This is a regional effort, working alongside our neighboring counties, hospitals, and on both the state and federal levels. I want to thank everyone here today for your commitment to this important cause, and a special thank you to the Carter Center Mental Health Program and all those who put this forum together. Your work is changing lives, and I look forward to all we will accomplish together on behalf of our communities.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here on this beautiful day. It's amazing out there. I don't know if you all noticed coming in. My name is Chris Johnson. I'm a person in long-term mental health recovery. What that means to me is that it has been over a decade, since 2008, actually, since I was hospitalized to help me get through life. The first time that happened was in 1986, 10 years before I was born. 1986 is when I was first introduced to a private hospital here. Well, it's no longer there under that name. It was Charter Peachford Hospital. And I was there, and I was one of 16 people when I got there. I was on the child and adolescent ward. It was all adolescents. I was the only one there for mental health. Everyone else was there for addiction. And I, for the first time, felt stigma. Right? I wanted to go to the 12-step meetings. Right? I had never done any drugs, and I think I drank like 3 times in my life, but I felt like that was where I wanted to be because I wanted to belong and be a part of. That stigma continues today. It has continued through the 2 hospitalizations I've had since then, and they continue today. The reason I speak out about my mental health recovery is because I want everyone in the state of Georgia to have better access to mental health care, including treatment for substance use. We just don't have enough. I am personally on a mission to make sure that Georgia's peer voice is heard at the Capitol again. Over the course of the past 5 years, I guess since the pandemic, we lost touch. We stopped going to the Capitol. At first because we couldn't, and then because we didn't, because there were lots of reasons why, but it's time for us to go back. And we are going to be, me and a group of friends, some of whom have been advocates in the past, some of whom are new to it, are putting together a group that will be at the Capitol this year, and we're very excited to have the peer voice back there. And you know, I love Georgia. I have a little button that says I love Georgia. I love Georgia, and you know, I want Georgia to be the best state it can be for everybody here. I believe that everything that we do to lift up people who are in peer recovery, mental health recovery, lifts up their families, lifts up their communities, lifts up the state. And that's why I am going to do everything I can to make sure the peers are heard and that Georgia continues to grow the way that we have tried to always grow: bigger, stronger, healthier. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Chris, for sharing your really powerful story of recovery and just driving home the fact that peers are here to stay. They were important to Mrs. Carter. They continue to be important to us here at the Carter Center. So now we will move into our first panel of the day, Public Mental Health and Public Safety in Schools. So please join me in welcoming our panelists, Director Linda Criblay, Superintendent Will Schofield, Dimple Desai, and our moderator, Kristen Denning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Sarah, for that introduction. I'd like to start by giving us a little level setting. Mental health challenges among youth are rising worldwide, with troubling statistics in the US. In 2023, the CDC found that 40% of students felt persistently sad or hopeless, and 20% had seriously considered suicide. Georgia faces similar concerns. Nearly 1 in 10 middle and high school students reported suicidal thoughts in 2024. And 46% of children needing behavioral or mental health services struggled to access them in 2022 and 2023. Limited resources mean many young people may go without essential care. Schools provide a critical support system, serving as a hub for mental and behavioral health services. They foster prevention, intervention, and student development, while connecting families, educators, and professionals in person and virtually. In rural areas, schools may be the only accessible resource for students and families in need. Strengthening school-based behavioral health initiatives helps improve access to care and support Georgia's youth. The Carter Center and our partners with Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, Resilient Georgia, and Voices for Georgia's Children formed the Georgia School-Based Behavioral Health Collaborative in 2018 to advocate together and advance state and local policies that support and fund sustainable school-based behavioral health programs. School safety and the prevention of school violence has been increasingly a part of this conversation, as we have seen in this past legislative session. House Bill 268, which was signed into law by Governor Kemp this past month, combined school safety and student well-being by including provisions for behavioral health, positive behavioral interventions and supports, or PBIS, and suicide prevention alongside data sharing regulations, stricter student records policies, and mandating emergency response measures. It is not a perfect bill, but it shows a legislative interest in ensuring students' mental health and well-being and reinforcing a positive school climate as part of the efforts to prevent school violence. Today, I am honored to have with me 3 panelists with a wide range of perspectives on this topic. So I'd like to start, Director Criblay, with you, if you would talk a little bit about your background and how you came to this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. For those that don't know me, my name's Linda Criblay. I'm the Deputy Director of Homeland Security at the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. So it's surprising even to me that I'm at this mental health forum when you hear my title and background. I spent 25 years in the Central Intelligence Agency. Upon retirement, wanted to continue in public service, so I thought Homeland Security would be a natural place to land here in the state. And Governor Kemp's #1 priority when it comes to Homeland Security is school safety. GEMA has a number of statutory responsibilities when it comes to school safety. And one of those, of course, is preventing the existential event of a school shooting, which tragically did happen this year in this state at Appalachia High School. And one of the programs that we had been promoting even before Appalachia, but all the more so after the events that transpired in Winder, Georgia, and with House Bill 268, is promoting behavioral threat assessment management, or BTAM. So that is really focused on identifying at-risk youth and trying to prevent them from going down a pathway of violence, we've known since Columbine and Sandy Hook, and we relearned the lesson after every school shooting that these young people who commit these horrendous acts showed signs that they were on a pathway to violence. And if the community or the school had been able to know about or and recognize and be able to act on those signs, that there's a possibility that those acts could have been prevented. So what BTAM means in a nutshell for us is utilizing those decision makers that already exist in the schools, in the districts, in the community, providing them training on this concept. We're doing that free of charge, and then working with them to provide positive pathways for these young people. We are really excited to put this out, and again, I want to really emphasize the point is prevention. And if we exist with the status quo, what we're going to continue to do is rely on discipline and law enforcement and normalize violence in schools. So with these kind of programming that we hope to have statewide over the next couple of years, we'll have teams of dedicated professionals really looking at those troubled kids and trying to provide them help.
And Dimple Desai.
Good morning. Thank you so much first to the Carter Center and the Mental Health Program for this invitation to be with you all this morning. I've attended a few of these, and it is still a little bit weird not to see Miss Carter in the room with us, but she has absolutely felt, and it's just really nice to be able to continue this in her honor and memory. I come at this work from a social work and developmental psychology perspective. My entire career, I've been working in children's behavioral health. It started very early with a foundation of a system of care framework. And if you're not familiar with that is, it's really just an approach and a way to serve our children and our families, centering their voice and choice. And so that really framed a lot of the way that I approach the work. I have a lot of experience in research and evaluation. Early in my career, I worked with federally funded grantees implementing system of care grants throughout the country. And so that was really instrumental in just kind of solidifying the need for cultural competency amongst the work that we do together, as well as ensuring that there's coordination, collaboration, and as I said, really centering youth voice and choice. I also have been working in the behavioral health space in terms of school-based services as well. Previous to coming to Voices for Georgia's Children, I was with the Center of Excellence for Children's Behavioral Health, where I was directing the Georgia APEX program. The Georgia APEX program is the largest school-based initiative present across the state of Georgia in over 800 schools. So was really able to learn a lot through that experience and understanding the partnership that it takes to really embed therapists in a school setting and what it looks like to set them up for success. And so, again, directing the evaluation there as well as the technical assistance. And so I'm really excited today to be with you here at Voices. We are absolutely continuing to promote policies and actions that are in service to the whole child. That is inclusive of behavioral health, physical health, safety, and the like. And so my school-based perspective, again, comes from a background in social work, psychology, and most importantly, a mom. And I think that's really important as we want to make sure that we're sending our kids off to school to get a great academic experience, but as well as to be safe. So really excited to be serving here with my fellow panelists and engaging in this discussion.
Superintendent Schofield.
Well, good morning. That's a 6. Good morning. Good morning. What a pleasure it is to be here. First of all, where's Mr. Johnson, who spoke to us earlier? Thank you for your words. Thank you for your just your willingness to share about your personal experience. He mentioned the year 1986, and that's the year that I began working in the public schools of this great country that we call the United States of America. You know, as I move around, sometimes people say, oh, great, there's the school guy again. I hope you don't think of me as a school guy, because that's way down my list of my identity. My identity first, which is one of the reasons I sit with you here today, is that I'm a disciple. Eve, I was glad to hear you talk about that the measure of an individual, as Mrs. Carter described it, was their ability to care for the least of these, our brother and sister, the most vulnerable of our society. And my faith drives me to do that also. My faith also drives me to love my neighbor. And the answer to who is your neighbor is everybody that I come in contact with. You know, like I said, 38 years of public school experience, 26 of those as a superintendent of schools. And I can tell you what drives me in this work, and the reason that I'm with you today is strictly based out of need. There were a lot of years, as a matter of fact, there were decades where behavioral health, mental health really wasn't on my radar screen. But in the last 10 years, Houston, we have a problem. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but the amount of dysregulation, emotional dysregulation in our schools amongst our boys and girls is truly at epidemic levels. And before we begin to zero in on only our boys and girls, I see it in the adults also. And when I say the adults, I'm talking about the teachers, the bus drivers, the parents, the cafeteria workers, the community leaders. I've lived longer than most of you in this room, and I can tell you that in my lifetime, I have never seen our culture so much in need of events like this, where we talk about awareness and let's move it to execution, and let's move it to execution that makes a difference. And so I'm honored to be with you here today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dimple, you've mentioned that you were previously involved in evaluating Georgia Apex in your work, and now with Voices for Georgia's Children, as the representative on our school-based behavioral health collaborative, you've really taken the lead in mapping the implementation of SBBH programming across the state. Would you paint a picture for us of how school-based behavioral health landscape in Georgia has changed in the past 5 years, and how school safety has factored into it?
Yeah, I think this is a really important place to start the conversation. And if we're reflecting over 5 years, it's really hard not to mention COVID. And so, you know, I think COVID, the global pandemic, is a unique event in that I think we could all, on some level, say that we were traumatized. And so I think you kind of have to start with what that meant and how that impacted our young kids. And so there was a lot of social isolation. There was a lot of learning loss. And of course, there was a lot of mental health need that became even more apparent. And so I think it is really important to recognize that it's a single event, yet there isn't a single individual that wasn't impacted by it. And so we are still, of course, really dealing with some of the impacts and the effects of what that meant for our youngest kids in schools. And so some of the things that I really want to highlight and lift up that did happen as a byproduct of COVID is telehealth. You know, our state, I'm so proud to say, our state was very quick to take advantage of some of the flexibilities that were provided to be able to continue to serve kids, and our providers were very quick, I would say, to get that infrastructure going. Some were a little bit further ahead of the game and were already moving in that direction in terms of technology and networks and things like that, as well as training for staff to be able to do it, training for educators in the school building of how is this going to work, where is it going to work, who needs to be there. But all of those things happened relatively quickly after we went into lockdown. So I definitely think that that is a byproduct and really something positive that continues to really help increase access to kids that are in more rural areas. And then there was some innovation that came out of it. You know, it was a time that we all got really creative. We got creative with our partnerships. We got creative in the way that we did work. Something that was working previously, well, it's not gonna translate very well to this online environment that we were all in. So what are some adaptations and adjustments that we needed to make? And so, we were hearing from providers that, play therapy is something that's not traditionally done, on a screen, but they really came together as a network and figured out what are the ways in which we can still engage even our youngest kids that we are servicing through this square on a computer, and how do we make meaningful conversation. So I think that's really important to just kind of level set and acknowledge that while it was a very traumatic event that each of us was impacted by, there were some very positive things that came out of that. And then I think it's hard not to mention 5 years and not mention some of our initiatives that have really helped to meet the need and demand for services. And that is, of course, one of them is the Georgia APEX program. As I said, currently in over 800 schools. APEX, I think, like all other industries, all other kind of service areas, was hit by COVID, in that there was a workforce shortage for a while. And, some of the relationships needed to be re-nurtured, right, as kids were coming back into school. But I am happy to see that some of that is coming back and looking more like what the programming looked like before COVID. And I think, something that I really want to lift up about the model of APEX is because of the embeddedness of the original design and conception of the model, meaning that a therapist is placed in a school building and really meant to be there more full-time than not, opens up the opportunity to provide that tier 1 through 3 intervention, right? Universal prevention, something for everyone, all the way up until that one-on-one intervention for those select few that need it. And that design really acknowledges and addresses school climate and environment, which is school safety. So I think that's really critical. School-based health centers, again, we saw great investment from our legislators in both of those programs in terms of budget and funding, and so we were able to see great growth there as well. I think it's hard not to reflect on the 5 years and mention some of the legislative wins that we've had in our state. We are so lucky to have champions at the Capitol who are very in tune with how important mental health is, and they have been doing a lot to support those initiatives. As I said, APEX and school-based health centers, but as well as increasing the behavioral health workforce wages. That has been huge, really getting people up to more livable wages, and ensuring that they have the support that they need, because secondary traumatic stress is a very real thing in the workforce. And then, of course, House Bill 268, I think, is really important. Again, a great win for, both sides of the aisle, right? Seeing the importance of mental health, seeing the importance of school safety. And so I think it's really important to uplift that as well. And then finally, some of the budget wins in this session that are notable to mention. School social workers getting increase in funding to ensure that we have that workforce. And the reason why I'm so excited about that, particularly that workforce, other than I'm a social worker, is that is really our liaison from the school to the family to the community. And so that is why that workforce is critical. If a home visit needs to be made, that is who you're relying on to ensure that everything is okay. And that is also who is liaisoning and case management, providing case management to referrals and resources. Another is the great win for out-of-school time funding. I think if you talk about school safety, you really can't miss talking about out-of-school time and after-school opportunities. That is where we are keeping our kids safe outside of the school hours. And so providing funding for that programming is really critical. It's again, another place to continue to reinforce some positive mental health practices, skills. It's a place to potentially make up for some learning loss, and at its very least, it's a place to keep kids safe. So out of school time absolutely has to be mentioned, and then of course the continuation of APEX funding. So I think a lot has happened in the last 5 years in our state, but really I think it's a lot that we can be proud of and gives me a lot of optimism.
Thank you. Superintendent Schofield, as superintendent of Hall County Schools, you and your team put a great deal of effort into implementing school-based services into your schools and bolstering your school safety plans with mental health resources and support. I go onto your school safety website and the mental health resources are front and center. When did this process start, and how has the program grown over the years?
Well, first of all, it started long before 6 years ago. It's always been in place. It's just been extremely inadequate. What made that change? Like I've said, over the last decade, I started to see a difference in terms of leadership meetings in our school district. We had approximately 100 leaders that get together on a monthly basis, and the conversation changed from literacy programs, numeracy programs, career tech to kids are just off the chain, comma, and so are the adults. There certainly have been conversations about safety. By the way, if we're going to talk about safety, let's talk about children who are behaviorally well. Give me individuals who are behaviorally well, and I will give you safe schools. Give me a community that is would you say that for me? Behaviorally well, and we'll have safe Walmarts, and we'll have safe theaters, and we'll have safe synagogues, and we'll have safe churches. And so that really is what came to focus about 7 years ago. As a matter of fact, it was 1918, now I'm really losing it. It was 2018 when the senior leadership in our district, our cabinet, sat around and said, we have got to take this beyond our school counselors, we've got to take this beyond the social workers. We need to be much more intentional across the board in terms of behavioral health, again, not only of our boys and girls, but of the adults in our district and the adults in our community. That's a big lift. It's a big lift for an institution like public education that, let's just be honest, in general, that has not been our work over the years. Some of the greatest resistance came from individuals within. Wait a minute, we don't do that. I teach social studies. And our response would be, you may have 28 boys and girls in your classroom, 14 of them are not there. They've got so much going on in their life. There is so much emotional dysregulation that not only are they not learning social studies, they hold the potential to be a threat to themselves or to others. Let's go back to the role that I am after disciple and husband. I'm a dad. And in 1918, 1919, when I started paying a whole lot more attention to the Georgia student health data, and the question was asked of every one of our middle and high school students in the state of Georgia, in the last 12 months, have you seriously considered ending your own life? 12% of middle and high school students in the state of Georgia, it almost brings tears to my eyes today, said yes. In the last 12 months, I have thought of ending my life. And then I started putting numbers to that in the Hall County School District with 28,000 students. That means approximately 1,300 to 1,400 of those precious boys and girls, the most valuable resource we have in our community, are going through such stressful and uncharted territory that they're seriously considering ending their life. You know, in schools, we're pretty good at teaching skills. We know how to teach literacy. We know how to teach numeracy. We know how to teach citizenship for this incredible country that we live in. And we made the determination that we were going to have to get extremely intentional, and we're talking about Tier 1, 100% of students. And by the way, in the Hall County School District, that's also 100% of the 3,700 adults who work with our students. Tier 2, 8 to 10% of our students. Everybody gets the Tier 1, but let's just be honest. There will be some who need, if you're a Cajun, the word would be lagniappe, just a little bit more. We've got some students who need a little bit more, and in the Hall County School Districts, we looked across the globe. Educators are great thieves, let's just be honest. We love to see something that works and then steal it. Hopefully we make a phone call and say, may we steal it? Bring it back to our districts and use it. I was influenced greatly by the reality that I'm married to a woman who is first a mathematician, but she's also an LCSW, and she has a heart, and she just has a desire to make a difference in the lives of hurting people. So when I would come home and start to talk about these issues, she was our greatest cheerleader, and she also took over in terms of doing the research for what are some things that we could do in the Hall County School District, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and let me be honest with you, when we got to Tier 2, we looked around the globe, and remember, I'm a superintendent, highly reliable, scalable. What is something that we can do at school number 1 that's going to look the same at school number 7, that's going to look the same at school number 35, regardless of who the individuals implementing that program are? And at Tier 2, it was crickets. There was nothing. So what we determined at Tier 2, and it's been incredibly successful, we now serve about 1,000 students a year. My wife and I have had the opportunity to train another 400 individuals as facilitators across the Southeast, is start offering resilient skill groups. They're dialectical skills that we teach very intentionally to boys and girls at the middle and high school level, and those skills come from CBT and DBT. And they're skills that have decades of research behind them, and whether your issue is anxiety, whether it's depression, whether it's grief and loss, these skills help individuals navigate these difficult waters. So our Tier 2 has been extremely effective. At Tier 3, and by the way, thank you for what DBHDD has done in terms of providing telemental health. Some people say, well, I live in the metro, we don't need telehealth. May I suggest to you that a number of our boys and girls' issue is not that they live in Soperton, Georgia, and there are no providers. That is an issue. But the issue for a student who may be 2 miles away from a dozen providers is there's no reliable transportation to get those individuals to the provider. The issue may be that they've got a single mother at home who's working 3 jobs, who would call you up with tears in your eyes and say, Will, I'd love to get my child to a provider, but if I miss one more evening of work, I'm going to get fired. And so the reality now that in the Hall County School District at Tier 3, we have the opportunity to say, Mom, may we get your permission to give your child some Tier 3 support? We think it might be helpful. At the end of the day, it is your decision. But if you do that, please sign this paperwork. We'll take care of everything else. We'll provide it in a safe environment here at school. And that is one tool at Tier 3. The other thing we've done is we've created in the Hall County School District partnerships now with 22 private providers that we have vetted. And with the help of some Apex funding, we now are meeting the needs of about 70% of our individuals who we identify as those who could benefit from Tier 3 in our local community. Dimple talked about the work of social workers. By the way, I call that Tier 0. A hungry child is a Tier 0 opportunity. We need more social workers. A child who's not getting sleep because people are up all hours of the night is a Tier 0. It's not a Tier 1. And so once again, I too thank the legislature. They've done some incredible work, unprecedented work this year in terms of funding behavioral health. And so in the Hall County School District, we have simply put together a model. We're 6 years into it now. If you do something in our school district, we're going to measure it before, and we're going to measure it after, and we're going to measure it often. We have spent far too much time in this space for far too long, kicking up some dust and never going anywhere. We need to put things in place. We need to measure them. If they work, we need to increase them and improve them. If they don't work, we need to try something else. And that's what we've done. We're very pleased. We have by no means found Shangri-La. We don't have the answers. But as our friend Ralph Waldo Emerson said, we didn't know, let's find out, and let's work together on that. So that's where we are in the Hall County School District.
Wonderful. And you also serve as chairman for the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission School-Based Mental Health Work Group for DBHDD. You had several conversations with Chairman Irwin regarding House Bill 268. How did your experience as school administrator, who has done all this work, and the experience of the others on the group, I know you're not the only one with a school background, how did that influence and inform the recommendations that you and your work group provided?
First of all, and again, I believe Jimmy Carter made no secret about it, confession is good for the soul. I didn't do most of that work. The work was done by individuals who've spent their lifetime doing this important work. I've simply had the opportunity as a superintendent of schools is to stand on the shoulders of others, take the work that they've done and say, this is an absolute need. We need to make it work in a setting, again, that is highly reliable, that is scalable, that is affordable. We don't have an unlimited bucket of money in the middle of the room that we can just throw money at these issues. We've got to be very strategic. And so I would say having a head start, probably a 5-6 year head start in the Hall County District on realizing this was important, this was necessary, and it was fundamental to everything we were going to do, again gave us, and please hear me, and I'll say it twice so that nobody misread me. We don't have the plan in the Hall County School District for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 behavioral support in schools. We have a plan. That plan is working very well for us. It is changing daily. It is living, breathing, hopefully continually improving. And so what we were able to do is take a lot of the elements of that plan, put them in the forms of recommendations with input from other places around the state, other organizations. And it's really remarkable that the legislature grabbed a lot of that Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 work and funded it. I mean, keep in mind, I've been a superintendent 26 years. I'm used to getting a lot of direction from Atlanta. I'm not used to getting a lot of funding. So the reality of that, they say, we want you to do this, and we're actually going to help pay for it. If you have an opportunity, thank Chris Irwin, thank Kevin Tanner. We have some incredible advocates out there for Georgia's children and their mental health, and I'm telling you, they came through for us this year. So that was a real opportunity. But again, if we're going to do things and we need to do them together, let's do things that are research-based. Let's do things in a highly reliable manner. Let's measure and see if these things are working, and let's make sure that we can afford them at the end of the day. And if things don't work, stop doing them. If they do work, how do we improve them?
Deputy Director Kerblay, you mentioned already about BTAM and how GMA was really at the forefront for a lot of the legislative conversation around House Bill 268 when it came to the school safety piece. Can you tell us a little bit more about BTAM specifically with how it relates to getting young people who need help into supports? And a little bit more about how the training that you provide focuses on that.
Absolutely. So I just have to mention, Hall County is such a model, and with BTAM, I like to tell people we did not invent BTAM. People like Superintendent Schofield recognized the problems that were existing in his community and saw that something needed to be done. And so these kind of conclusions and programs are not ones that we invented. And I just love to see when it happens organically by leadership, because if you don't have the leadership there, a state program is not going to work. But when it comes to BTAM, again, it's training, and it's specifically focused on violence. I know the focus of today is mental health, but the work that we do is violence prevention. And when it comes to school shootings, that kind of violence is what we characterize as predatory violence. There was a lot of concern at the Capitol about what I would describe as aggressive violence. My kid got in a fight, my kid acted up in class. Those really observable kids that are already on the discipline record are not necessarily the ones that we're worried about that are going to go down the road of predatory violence. So just having an understanding, again, of the professionals that are already in the school system of what that looks like, what the signs are, and then ensuring that when you talk about those students, providing them resources, and it can be mental health, because there's definitely some correlation between mental health and people who go on to commit predatory violence, but not everyone who is violent in a school play setting has a mental health problem. What they typically have is a mental wellness problem, as Superintendent Schofield pointed out the importance of wellness. So a lot of times the interventions that these kids need, if we can identify it early on, is they don't have a trusted adult in their life. And a school is a great place to provide those trusted adults and making sure there's someone that's checking in on those kids. Another place is after school programs, having people that care about them there. So all of this is really provide unique, tailored solutions to what that individual needs. And in the immediate aftermath of House Bill 268, we were kind of inundated with vendors who have software that they promise you if you plug in, you fill out a questionnaire, the student will get either a number or a flag, and then the software tells you what to do. Well, I believe, and all of us that work on BTAM don't believe that children's lives should be subject to what a software program says about them. It has to be human beings who care about them. And the best place, and I hate to put it on the schools, but the schools are where they spend the majority of their day if they are in school, and they're the best place to have trusted, reliable adults in their life. And so you need people at the table at the beginning of the process to ask what's going on with this child and help make determinations about what can help that child.
I think it's important when you're talking about, yes. When you're talking about having people who care about the child, when you're looking at a BTAM team, you're not just looking at a superintendent and a school resource officer. You're looking at a school social worker, a school counselor, maybe a school psychologist, potentially a special education teacher who maybe works with a child, but people who actually know the child. And when you're talking about the mental health providers who are on those teams, does GMA have feedback from those mental health providers? And what feedback have you heard from them when they've been on those teams and been able to engage in providing their perspective?
So great question. And the number one thing we've heard from them is, to the point of your question, it is we need to be on these teams. And the answer is we absolutely need you on these teams, or the teams are not going to function. SROs and school administrators are already in the schools and doing their jobs, but the team needs to have, and we don't want to be too prescriptive because every school is different in terms of their resources, but absolutely all of these teams have to have someone with an understanding of mental health that could be come from a counselor or a social worker or another resource in the community, but someone who understands diagnosable mental health conditions, someone who understands developmental disabilities and what behaviors are unique to certain populations of students because they have a developmental disability or they have a mental health problem, and the problems that you are seeing might be attributable to that and not something else. And so they absolutely have to have a seat at the table. Another thing we've heard from the mental health community is I just love this quote: "We do not have a magic wand." So when you send, when there's a recommendation for mental health counseling, our teams cannot say, okay, we've checked the box. We have sent this child to a screening and our job is done. The job is just beginning. So treatment for mental health, as we heard from our speaker earlier today, it could be a lifelong journey, just like a physical health problem is a lifelong journey. So we understand that, and we took that point wholeheartedly. A lot of what we see with some of these kids, it gets back to, again, having mental wellness. And some of our experts that have advised our programs have pointed out, a school with a positive health climate that is a caring place where people can be their unique, authentic self is ideal. But what a Hall County might need to look out for is who, even when what are the students that are in that positive environment and they don't seem to be having the fun and are don't seem to be manifesting the positivity of the other students who are the outliers. And then for the schools that have a lot going on, and let's be honest, there's schools that have some really serious either gang or other kind of violence in their communities, looking at those schools with a different lens. But I come back to mental health is an absolute necessity in terms of the conversation, but it can't be a magic wand. It can't fix these problems, and there's other things the school community can do to help these students on their wellness journey.
May I add to that? Just for those of you who are representing so many different communities in Georgia, and you go back and you're going to see more behavioral threat assessment than you've ever seen in the history of Georgia schools. We need a fundamental change in philosophy, and that is we're not looking to isolate, exclude, and discipline individuals. We're looking to find individuals who are struggling, who are emotionally dysregulated, who may not even be displaying any qualities, but there's so much going on under the surface of the water in that iceberg that what they need is not a month at home. What they need is some help. What they need is some support. And if school districts for the first time begin to tackle this behavioral threat assessment model with a mindset that too many schools have had for too long, and that is, how in the world do we get this kid away from here? How do we get rid of them? Then we'll just continue to transfer unhappy, unsuccessful individuals from our classrooms out into our communities. We need to give these struggling individuals some support and some health. So if you're in a position to remind your schools of that, to support them in that, please do so.
And I think it's really important to lift up this idea of what it looks like to have some workforce development and joint training. And so I'm really excited that there was so much intention and thought into HB 268 in terms of who are going to comprise these teams. And I think having some, again, joint workforce training can go really a long ways in ensuring that educators, clinicians, public health safety professionals are all coming from a common place of language and understanding on mental health and mental wellness, and particularly trauma-informed care. I think there isn't anyone that could not benefit from some trauma-informed training and skills building to understand how the brain works in a child and how long it takes to develop and what's kind of happening neurologically is really mind-blowing. I had an opportunity to work with a school in the Atlanta public school system where we did a trauma-informed environment intervention. And when we did focus groups with the teachers, they said that the most impactful thing was the training itself and how they were able to then look at their kids differently. And it changed from what is wrong with this kid to what happened to this kid. And that transformation is really necessary as well.
So I'm just going to go from there into talking about what you started with, which is this history of more punitive discipline in response to these needs. And Dimple, you've already started touching on this, but how should schools strike the balance between maintaining physical safety and creating a welcoming, non-punitive environment that supports mental well-being?
Would you mind rephrasing those last two characteristics in the opposite order? How can schools maintain
a welcoming, non-punitive environment,
which will lead to a
physical safety?
We have got, as Abraham Lincoln said, a lot of things bass-ackward. We are so worried about razor wire and metal detectors and additional officers carrying guns. And what we ought to be worrying about is 100% of our students having at least, and I say at least with capital letters because it should be multiple, caring adults in their school environment that when it hits the fan, I know I can go to Joy because she's my go-to person. One of the things that we do in all 36 of our schools is individuals have a barcode on the back of their name badge that they can walk into a school, and we have it age appropriate, where you can ask a 6-year-old, do you have someone in this school building that you consider to be a trusted adult? We ask that in an age appropriate way for 6-year-olds, for 12-year-olds, for 18-year-olds. And one of the things I am most proud of, and it's because of the intentionality, is that in the Hall County School District today, I got an update yesterday because I knew I'd be with you wonderful people today. 96% of our students out of 28,000 answer that question in the affirmative. Yes, at this building, I have a trusted adult that I can go to. What decades of just watching and living and seeing what happens is this I know. Give me a child who has at least one adult in their world, forget about school, one adult in their world who's absolutely positively crazy about them and is there to support them, whether things are going good or whether things are going poorly. And I don't mean they just say, oh, it's okay. You can know, they say, that was wrong. Let's take a look at that. We can get through this together. Those children tend to succeed in an overwhelming manner. One of the things we can do in schools is make sure that each and every one of our students believes they're in that safe, nurturing environment where there are adults that they can trust and that they can go to when the wheels are coming off. And I tell you, if we put our focus there, yes, we need to know who's coming in our schools. Yes, we need to do background checks. Yes, we ought to have cameras so we can ensure as much safety as possible. But if you're going to ask me on a percentage basis, we ought to be spending 90% of those funds on the front end, saying, do children feel safe? Are they in a secure environment? Are they in an inclusive, welcoming environment? Do that, you'll have safe schools.
Dimple, do you want to add more to that? Or?
Yeah, I think true safety isn't just the absence of physical threats, but it's also the presence of trust, belonging, and emotional security, as he just said. And so I think that, I think fostering relationships with adults is really, really critical. One of the things that is a part of Voices is a Free Your Feels mental health awareness campaign. If you guys have heard of it, let me know by your applause. If you haven't, see me afterwards. But it's a mental health awareness campaign, and one of the programming elements that we've added is this peer-to-peer group that we're running in Clayton County. And it is co-led by peers with their peers, with some adult allies. And one of the important tenets of this is CAB, C-A-B, and that is caring adult in the building. And the kids in this group are absolutely empowered to make sure that they identify a CAB in the building such that if they need additional support, it is there and available. And so that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I quickly want to say is we can sit up here and guess all day long what is safe, what feels safe for our youth, but we have got to center their voice and asking them as well. So we as adults cannot continue to have this conversation and make program planning without their voice and understanding what their needs are.
Thank you. This has been amazing, and I'm pretty sure I went a little over the time that I was supposed to go because I just wanted to keep listening to you all talk. But I do think we have some audience questions possibly, and I'd like to give them a chance to ask you some questions.
Thank you. My name is Myrna Clayton. I'm with Showability. We work with talented, disabled performing artists. And I'm curious because there's a lot of caseworkers and social workers with students that need mental health support. How does that extend to those students with disabilities? And because of the stigma narrative Chris spoke of, this is a huge opportunity, and so I'm just curious about that.
That's a wonderful question, if you don't mind, ladies. I'll start with it. The twice identified individuals, those who maybe are identified as gifted and talented and also identified with disabilities, are a larger group of our population than you might think. But that's just one of a myriad of populations that we have within school districts. And again, I think the key to the gateway to getting help is having that inclusive environment where we can recognize that, yes, you have incredible talents in the area of the arts, and it's okay to say, I'm not okay. I have anxiety that does not show itself, that nobody else knows about, and I need some help. So I think that starts at the level with the individuals who have the most trusted relationships with these students, regardless of where they are on the ability spectrum, regardless of what their gifts and interests are, and that they just feel safe in saying, I need some help. This doesn't feel all right. It is okay not to be okay.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Vanessa Bowder, and I'm representing the Clayton County CSB Board, and I'm also an educator. So thank you all. Now, one of my concerns, though, that I have as an educator is the fact that I feel there are two elements that we're leaving out as we're moving forward. And one of them is the parent structure, and then the second is the teacher structure. Because there are so many bills, so many decisions that are being made, and educators are nowhere there. And we are really the first line of contact when we deal with these kids, not the parent. And I say that because these kids are with us at least 40 hours a week, and we do get to know them. So my concern would be, we have got to figure out, how do we get the parents involved? Because many of these issues, they start at home. And then parents don't know how to deal with them. We have a lot of young parents now, and they don't know how to deal with what's going on with these kids. And then the other thing I would say is that, yes, we should not solely rely on suspension. However, when these kids are being suspended, I think that's when the APEX program should come in really more enforced, because when these kids are home, get them one-on-one. Your APEX social workers, go to their homes, visit them while they're out. And then another thing I would say, we're dealing with a lot with students now because they can't read. They cannot read since we came back from the pandemic. So when kids can't read, they're frustrated. They can't read, we lose their attention. So another thing that I would like to see is, as I said, with the educators, because we can deal with mental health all we want, but until we can get these kids to read, this problem is not going to cure itself. We've got to work on getting better programs for these kids to read and getting more educators on some of these boards where decisions are being made. Thank you.
I'd be glad. I mean, we're going to be here till noon if I answer all those questions. But one of the things in 38 years, I haven't seen anything that has overwhelming success in getting parents who are themselves overwhelmed just dramatically involved in their children's education. That doesn't mean we should ever stop trying. For instance, our Tier 2 self-regulation groups, we now have those groups also for parents. We have those groups for teachers. It was fascinating that at one of our high schools that was adamantly against it to start with, I can't believe you're taking that kid out of my science class. Within 6 months of watching the children come back to their classroom after they'd missed science a couple times, 31 teachers went to the facilitator and said, why can't we have those skills? We need to provide the same skills. We need to send the same information home to our parents, to our communities. We need to continue to work until our fingers bleed to say we are here, we will come to you. I can't agree with you more that when a child goes out on a 3-month suspension and nobody is following up behaviorally, shame on us. Shame on us to isolate a child for 3 months with no intervention and expect something different when they walk back through our doors is malpractice.
And I'll just add that, you know, I think it is really important to, as some of these policy changes come down, or as some of what was in HB 268 really comes to that community level and the school level, I think it is going to be important to understand what implementation of some of those things looks like, and how do you support the teachers and the staff in order to do that. So I do think that, you know, writing the policy is kind of step one, and then it's like, oh gosh, now we got to actually do this thing. So I do think there needs to be a little bit more emphasis on some of that training and potentially like technical assistance to schools as they implement these things. I think that's really critical as well. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you one of the incredible shifts that you may or may not have noticed in that regard, Dimple, and that is that we work so hard to get the focus of expertise to be at DBHDD instead of the Department of Education. I know a few educators, as a matter of fact, I is one, but our number one goal and our number one expertise is not behavioral health. We finally have those resources going to the organization that eats, lives, and sleeps behavioral health, and I do believe they will be in a position to provide resources like have never been provided before in our schools, and I'm thankful again to our legislature for placing that funding in DBHDD.
Thank you all so much. This has been a wonderful panel. I'm so grateful to have all of you here, and the rest of you, I am going to release everyone to break for a few minutes, and I hope you enjoyed this panel. We'll look forward to having you guys today.
If I could have everyone's attention, please, just in time for break. If you drive a green Ford Explorer, your trunk is open in the parking lot. Green Ford Explorer, Georgia plate RIV 4726, your trunk is open.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will resume momentarily. Thank you.
If I could have everyone's attention. Welcome back. Going to ask everyone to turn their attention back to the stage as we welcome Commissioner Kevin Tanner. Commissioner Kevin Tanner will be sharing important updates and priorities from the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Again, if you would please turn your attention back to the stage, let's give it up for Commissioner Tanner.
Well, good, I guess it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. It's always good to be at the Carter Center. I came in and got to hear the end of the last panel discussion. I have the honor of being the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, and I'm also, since 2019, had the pleasure of serving as the Chairman of the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission, which has really brought together, people always like to say nice things about me, and I appreciate that, but I also like to acknowledge that the only thing I'm really good at is surrounding myself with the smartest and brightest people in the industry, and that's why we've been successful on the Behavioral Health Commission, is because we brought the right people together. Also, Will and his wife at the Hall County School Systems, there's a lot of folks that are talking a good game in the system. There's a lot of people that talk about problems. There's a lot of people that create organizations, talk about problems. But I really like to see people actually putting talk into action, and that's what's happening in the Hall County schools. And that's why I asked Will to chair the work group for school-based mental health and safety on the Behavioral Health Commission. And I think you're going to continue to see great results because of not only his efforts, but the leaders who, and to the teachers' comment earlier, who are actually in the classroom every day, who are running schools every day, because it's really where the rubber meets the road. So thank you, Will, and for all you do and your school's doing. So I want to talk a little bit about DBHDD. DBHDD's mission is to be the safety net for the system. We are the state mental health authority for the system, and our job and our mission is to try to provide resources regardless of the zip code that a person lives in the state to make sure they're receiving the services that they need. And we have continued to reinvent ourselves and have a renewed focus. And I will tell you, since the Behavioral Health Commission came into existence in 2019, the state has increased funding by $500 million into this. So that is a huge number. That's a round of applause. So we're continuing to make sure that we're not just doing things, but we're trying to make sure that what we're doing is actually working. We're measuring it, and we're holding ourselves and our providers accountable. The focus here today, though, I want to talk a little bit about the holistic nature of our system, because DBHDD may be the state mental health authority, but we definitely don't operate in a bubble. We don't deliver services in many cases directly ourselves. It requires an entire community to be able to do that. One of the things that I'm also happy that's been able to happen over the last few years is cutting through the bureaucracy, because someone who has served in public service in one capacity or the other for 35 years this past March, whether that's running a law enforcement agency, being a county manager, being a state legislator, or being an agency head at the state, I can tell you, somebody would look at me and say he's a bureaucrat, but I hate bureaucracy. I hate the fact that sometimes we can't get things done at the state level. And I think more than my 35 years, we're seeing agencies actually talk and work together, and I appreciate all my sister agency heads for creating that type of culture. The other thing I want to hit on that's important, we'll talk more about this, is the importance of parity. You know, House Bill 1013 that passed in 2022, Speaker David Ralston championed that. That is so incredibly important, because so many of our kids in Georgia, almost all of our kids in Georgia, are covered by health insurance. And under federal law, they're required to treat that just like they would any physical health issue. And in Georgia in 2022, the state passed an enforcement mechanism for that we'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. We'll talk a little bit about, when I came in, I heard the panel talking some about DBHDD's role and about House Bill 268. I want to thank Speaker Burns for really championing the need to talk about school safety, to talk about school-based mental health, and for his leadership in making this possible. I also want to thank Chairman Irwin, who is a former school superintendent here in Georgia, who's retired and who is chairing the Education Committee in the House, comes from a strong background himself, but he reached out to me multiple times, I know to Will multiple times. He wanted to be informed about his decisions and what conclusions he wanted to arrive from those. We're going to be meeting internally. I may have announced this somewhere else publicly. I'm not sure that I have, but Dante McKay, who has been our longtime child and adolescent director, has taken a role for us leading our Region 1 office. So we have hired and did a national search and hired Dr. Chrissy Dole, who used to be the Deputy Commissioner at DJJ over behavioral health, and who in the past several years has served over at the Health Policy Institute at Georgia State University. Dr. Dole's going to be taking over that role for us. She started last week. She's going to be leading an internal and external team of experts about operationalizing our piece of House Bill 268. Linda's an incredible partner at GEMA. We're excited to help support GEMA, and as they're the primary agency responsible for that school safety plan in the state. We also are going to be working on making sure that we got the right technical assistance in place. And, you know, one of the things, this is not the first time we've worked in the school system at DBHDD or supported individuals in the school. But I think it's the first time we've been as intentional about what we're doing. And a lot of that is based on what's working in the state. Hall County is an example of that, I think, where you're seeing, and I may get the number wrong, but when you're seeing a 40% reduction in the need for the most intensive Tier 1 supports in a school, that's success. Measuring those results is important. The other thing is we've had Apex in our schools. We've had that there for a while. We're in over 800 schools now. This year we were in 808 schools with the Apex program, delivered 231,531 services in schools. That was a 26% increase in 1 year, reaching over 16,000 students. I will tell you, one of the challenges, though, for our Apex program is that has a licensed clinician inside the school. But the challenge in Georgia is the workforce. We do not have an adequate number of clinicians in Georgia to fill the demand that's out there. One of the challenges with Apex is as soon as we get a really good clinician that the school loves, somebody comes along and hires them away for more money. Sometimes the school system hires them and puts them in a different role, but That's a challenge. So we are working with our university partners across Georgia to expand opportunities. Speaking of Speaker Ralston, I know that the University of Georgia is going to be announcing soon that the David Ralston Center that was established is going to be changing to the David Ralston Institute of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Developmental Disabilities at the University of Georgia. They just had a press release last week where they're creating a new Master Clinician program within that school. So we're excited to see all of our university partners continue to expand the opportunities for young people. The other thing that I'll mention is our Project Echo. Project Echo is something that has been successful, and this is where we have been partnering with pediatricians across Georgia, because those of you who live or maybe understand rural health, we're pretty blessed in the metro area. If you need to see a psychiatrist, you need to see a child psychiatrist, it may take a little time to get in, but their services are available. There's a lot of places in Georgia where there's not a single licensed clinician and definitely not a single psychiatrist, and especially not a child psychiatrist. So what we've been doing is working to help train those pediatricians who oftentimes become the everything for that child and that family, partnering them with a child psychiatrist, helping them learn how to better take care of the emotional, mental health needs of the children in their practice. And that has been received extremely well. We also have several clubhouses where we bring youth in to help do skill building and building relationships, and going to what was talked about in the panel earlier, developing those trusted adult relationships in the school and outside the schools for our young people. You know, we have to, in order to improve behavioral health, it's not just about programs, it's also about removing red tape. One of the things that many of you in the room know Dr. Gary McGibney. He has been on the Behavioral Health Commission since we started. He really pushed for and championed the MATCH committee. That's a multi-agency team that serves in the state that really focuses on those difficult to place youth, those youth who get stuck at children's health care, those youth who get stuck in other places, the youth who are maybe in foster care that end up being in a hotel, and trying to create solutions by breaking down barriers so that we're not pointing the finger, well, that's a Medicaid issue, that's DCH, that's a DFACS issue, that's DHS. We're all coming together and we're working collectively together with one focus, and that's serving that young person who happens to be in need. The other thing that we've done at the department is we recognize that we had a slow process in getting Medicaid determinations made for the population we were serving. So we worked with Candace, the commissioner at DHS, and we have funded a position who will be a DHS employee, but will work and take direction from DBHDD, solely focused on our population, and they're going to be doing the Medicaid determination for our population. That person was identified. It's a long-standing, very experienced person within the agency there, and they're starting this week. So we're excited to decrease the time that people are having to wait. We did the same thing with the problem we were having with getting birth certificates. We pay for and placed a person at the Department of Public Health. So we have someone working on our population. We're trying to identify barriers and remove those barriers to helping us be successful. The other thing that passed this session, House Bill 584, that deals with several licenses that you have to get from the state if you want to become a provider and have homes for recovery and other things. You had to go through DBHDD, then you had to go through DCH, and we kept hearing about the duplications in those processes. So we worked with DCH, we worked with the governor's office, we got his support. This year legislation was introduced. It's going to move all that licensing process over to our agency. So thank you, we're happy about that too. So we will be able to move those over to our agency, and that will happen January 1st of this coming year. We're going to lift up those personnel, lift up the money, move it over to DBHDD. The other thing that happened was the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission has been very successful in a lot of ways in changing policy, getting funding. So we were able to make some tweaks to the commission. We took away a couple of subcommittees who had completed their work. We added an intellectual developmental disability standing subcommittee. We're going to have a laser focus on that work over the next couple of years, and also one dealing with addictive diseases. So a lot of work going on, a lot of work has happened, and a lot of work continuing. One of the things that is near and dear to my heart, because it was the namesake for House Bill 1013, the landmark legislation that really kicked off in a lot of ways the reform effort that's taken place in Georgia. And I appreciate Speaker Ralston, the late Speaker Ralston, championing this and carrying this legislation. And in Georgia, it is the law that there has to be parity. All of our children, for the most part, have health insurance. So as an organization, DBHDD is there for the safety net of the system. So we're there to take care of those people who are uninsured or underinsured. So managed care or peach care or private insurance is supposed to be taking care of those folks they have insured and providing whatever level of resources they need. In Georgia, if it's Medicaid or managed care, DCH is tasked with the enforcement. If it's private insurance, the insurance commissioner is tasked with the enforcement. But what we're seeing is very few reports of violations because there's a report process. I think that's for several reasons. I think number one, I think the biggest reason is most people, parents in general, they don't know about parity. They don't know that their rights are being violated. They don't know the laws being violated. They don't know how to report that. And the other thing, I think it's just too complicated for them to fool with it. I know talking with our providers, and I won't put any of them on the spot other than maybe Children's Health Care, but Dr. Costantino, who's here, he told me in my office one day that they had over 450 known violations in the previous 12 months. So we have got to create a platform where those violations are getting reported so that we can have those enforced and start changing the behavior of the insurance companies so that we're ensuring that parity in the spirit of House Bill 1013 and the legacy of Speaker Ralston is fulfilled, because until we're able to do that, we're not going to be able to truly reform the mental health system in this state. I will tell you, too, that I think, going back to what I said earlier, there's a lot of people talking about things, not a lot of people doing things, and I used Hall County as an example of how things should be done. Let me tell you that it's also the same for parity. Like, we can get together in this room and we can complain that parity is not being enforced, but we also can look in the mirror and there's things we can do to improve the system. I recently spoke to a group of large business owners and executives, and I told them, many of them are self-insured, but they obviously have an insurance company that they're working with. Like, they need to make sure that they're holding themselves and the insurance companies that they contract with accountable to following the law. So you all are leaders and you can help us. You can also help promote the fact to the consumers that this is the law and help them file those violations. Eventually, we're going to get to a place to where the behavior starts to change because the consumers demand that change. So we're excited to continue to see this moving forward. This is not something that's going to get fixed in 1 year or with one bill. We have the foundation that has been laid. Now it's going to be all of us working together to make sure that it's implemented. So again, I think a couple of recommendations: continuing to make it easier for people to report violations. I think getting organizations, and I've been talking to Kim Jones, Executive Director of NAMI, and other organizations, Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network, which I know is here, helping us promote through their social media, through their outreach, and get platforms to help get those reports of violations reported. So a lot of work in this area. Another thing I just want to shout out to Dr. Constantino, to Donna at Children's Health Care, the CEO there. Donna also serves on our Behavioral Health Commission, our Access Subcommittee, and has been a tremendous partner over the last 6 years now. The work they're doing under Dr. Constantino's leadership, really looking at that trauma-informed care, is going to be a game changer for our system, because we have got to reach down to those young people like Will and the panel talked about, and really start changing that behavior, start changing those outcomes early. Because by the time they get to us, by the time they get to one of my crisis centers as an adult, or by the time they get to prison or the juvenile justice center, it's much more difficult. But being able to figure out when this trauma occurs, when this occurs in this child's life, this is the action we need to take, and this is the outcome we can get. This is groundbreaking work. Children's Health Care is really leading the nation in this work. And I predict that in a few years from now, it will mean that Medicaid and managed care will start covering things they don't cover now for those wraparound services. What I like about how they're using their endowment, it's not just the child, but it's the whole family, because you've got to fix the whole family and treat the entire family if you're going to fix it. So they're doing great work. A lot of things happening in Georgia. Let me just say this. This work's not done. Everybody in the room can talk about a complaint or maybe point something out that still needs to be done, but we're making progress. And that's because of the folks like the Carter Center. That's because of the Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network and Voices and NAMI and all the other organizations that I can just go down the list. Because what happened in 2022 that I don't think had ever happened before is people laid their differences aside. All the advocacy groups, everyone put their differences aside, and they came with a common focus, and that was to improve the system. Was it going to be perfect? No. Did it get everything they wanted as an individual organization? No, but it was improving the system. They're still together. I know they have a Friday call every single Friday, and we're making progress because of the great work that people in this room are doing. You know, mental health is complex. Mental health parity is complex. Compliance is complex. But we're going to get there. Whether it's through legislative implementation, cross-agency coordination, or system reform, DBHDD is committed to removing barriers and strengthening our continuum of care. And we're committed to continuing to be your partner to improve this system. So stay tuned. We're just getting started at DBHDD, and we're just getting started with all of our partners across the state. There's a lot of good things to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Tanner, for sharing these updates with us. We are so grateful to DBHDD for their partnership and for their commitment to moving the needle on these critical issues. And also, that was a perfect tee up to our next panel, so thank you for that. But first, we're honored to share a recorded message from United States Senator Raphael Warnock.
Well, hello to my Carter Center family. I'm United States Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock, and welcome to the 29th Rosalynn Carter Mental Health Forum. I'd first like to take a second to honor all of the mental health professionals, the advocates, and community leaders in the room today. Thank you for your commitment to this important issue. Today, we know that we need to treat our mental health like our physical health, free from stigma. And no one understood that more clearly than Rosalynn Carter, whose commitment to improving mental health care was truly an extension of her faith and a testament to her caring spirit. And because of her efforts and the efforts of the folks in this room and all around the country, we have made incredible strides in increasing access and providing care for those seeking treatment for mental health challenges. And still there is so much more to do. So know this, know that I am working hard in the Senate to expand mental health care access in schools and to protect health care access across our state. So thank you for all that you have done in this fight and all that you will continue to do. I know in my heart that Rosalynn Carter would be proud of all that has been accomplished in her honor. Enjoy this year's forum, keep the faith, and keep looking up.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. In the spirit of continuing the fight, I'd like to introduce our next panel on the implementation of the Georgia Mental Health Parity Act, a landmark law aimed at ensuring mental health and substance use treatment are covered on par with physical health. We're fortunate to have three outstanding leaders in this space with us today, each bringing a unique lens to this important conversation. Laura Colbert, Executive Director of Georgians for a Healthy Future, who in collaboration with communities and partners leads policy change that advances health equity for all Georgians. Dr. John Constantino, a clinical leader in the behavioral health at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, with firsthand experience delivering care to Georgia's families and youth. Sarah Phillips from the Carter Center, whose work focuses on advancing mental health policy and supporting the implementation of parity laws across the state. Together, they'll help us unpack how the law is being implemented, what gaps remain, and how we can strengthen enforcement and accountability to make parity a reality, not just a promise, for all Georgians.
Before we get started, I'd like to remind everyone if there are any questions, please go ahead and write them on the note cards on your table and get the attention of one of our staff members and they'll come grab it for you. And hopefully we'll have enough time to talk a little bit afterwards. So Sarah, I'm gonna start with you. Can you tell us a little bit about mental health parity and the law and how it impacts Georgia?
Sure, and first of all, I just want to say I'm really honored to sit on this panel in addition to also being an MC throughout the day. Parity is one of my very favorite things to talk about, so talking about it with Laura and Dr. Constantino is a real pleasure. So Commissioner Tanner really made my job a lot easier by teeing us up for this conversation, so shout out to him for laying the ground for this. But just to drill down a little bit further, mental health parity means that insurance coverage for mental health and substance use disorders must be no more restrictive than coverage for physical health conditions. So that being said, if someone has insurance coverage, they have mental health coverage. Whenever I've talked to schools or student groups about mental health parity, I always like to say that it's something that Mrs. Carter has been talking about since before it was cool. But it's true. She has been talking about mental health parity since she was in the governor's mansion all the way up until her final years working closely with the Carter Center's mental health program. So when implemented and enforced effectively, parity can reduce disparities in access to care, it makes treatment more affordable, and it also reinforces the idea that getting care for your mental illness or your substance use disorder, or even just working toward your mental well-being, is not out of the norm. It's not any different than seeking treatment for any physical condition. Parity can really feel like a more legal, technical topic, so I think it's most helpful to think about it in terms of how it impacts real people. So when we don't have parity, people are often going out of network for their care, therefore paying for their services out of pocket, often very costly. They're paying higher copays. They might be paying a higher deductible or a deductible that is separate from that of their physical health deductible. They might be limited to an arbitrary number of treatments or visits per year, or they might even be denied coverage altogether because it's been deemed not medically necessary without any real explanation for that determination. So there are a couple distinctions I like to make when talking about parity. First being, of course, that parity is referring to insurance, parity of insurance coverage. So, of course, our parity laws only apply to those who are insured, whether that be private insurance like your employer-sponsored, or if it's public insurance like Medicaid or the state health benefit plan, Peach Care for Kids, et cetera. So it only applies to those who have insurance, and we certainly have a very large uninsured population here in Georgia. Parity laws also do not apply to Medicare and TRICARE. TRICARE is the military health program. I will say, though, TRICARE does tend to comply with most parity standards. And then another limitation is that it only applies when we're comparing coverage to physical health. So not every denial of behavioral health care or a certain type of treatment is necessarily a parity violation. It's only a parity violation when there's a systematic difference between how behavioral health is treated by insurers versus physical health. So all of this brings us to what is the Paul Wellstone and Pete Dominici Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act of 2008. Wow, that's a mouthful. So you'll more often than not hear it referred to as MAPIA. MAPIA was signed into law by President George W. Bush in 2008. This was a bipartisan effort that really made parity the law of the land, establishing that behavioral health conditions should be covered by insurance equal to that of their physical health. Then a few years later, the Affordable Care Act's essential health benefits expanded the number of plans that must offer behavioral health coverage and comply with parity. But despite there being federal laws, state laws are still necessary to ensure that people have access to care that they need. One primary reason for this is that insurers are regulated and overseen at the state level. So even though it's federal law, we still need state policies to make sure that the law is actually upheld and enforced. So fast forward to 2022, all of this brings us to House Bill 1013, the Georgia Mental Health Parity Act, which again, Commissioner Tanner gave us a really great preview into. This was, again, a bipartisan effort. It was championed by the late Speaker of the House, David Ralston, had wonderful support on both sides of the aisle, got great media coverage, was championed by Representative Todd Jones, Representative Mary Margaret Oliver, lots of wonderful legislative champions who are known for being leaders in behavioral health. And we often hear 2022 being called the year for mental health in Georgia because this sparked a wave of momentum that we're still feeling today when we talk about behavioral health reform and advances. So in Georgia, we have two state agencies, the Department of Community Health and the Department of Insurance. Not our only two, but the only two when we're talking about parity. The Department of Community Health oversees public insurance like Medicaid, Department of Insurance, private insurance, and they are both responsible for monitoring parity compliance per the law. They are also tasked with taking action and holding insurers accountable when violations occur. So the law makes it so that Georgians can file complaints with the state agencies when they suspect that they've experienced a parity violation. I won't get too far ahead of myself because I know we'll be talking a lot about data and compliance through this discussion. But the mechanism is there for both DCH and DOI, and compliance data must also be transparent and publicly available. So this by no means is an exhaustive summary of what the Georgia Mental Health Parity Act does. It's a 76-page omnibus bill that tells a lot of different people to do a lot of different things. And it's a long road to its full implementation and enforcement. But these are just some of the high points to level set for this conversation. And just know that the idea of parity is to make behavioral health more accessible and affordable for all Georgians.
Thank you, Sarah, for building that foundation for us. Dr. Constantino, I'd like to ask you how you would describe the parity problem from a clinical lens.
Sure, and also first just to say thank you for the invitation to be here today and to be part of Rosalynn Carter's vision and all of what's happened in this forum over the years. It's a real privilege to be here. I'll say first, as a representative of children's mental health, that one of the places where the health system, let's say Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, but the entire health system comes in following the discussion today that we had about school-based mental health, is that before children ever make it to school, and when problems become severe enough, complicated enough, requiring more clinical involvement than can be staged at school, the health system is supposed to be doing its job of prevention and identification of risk and managing what the schools should be able to hand off to the health system. And the health system has failed the mental health of children badly because care is very fragmented in child mental health. It comes too late, it comes too poor of quality, and part of that is because it has been managed as if it is different than medical care. In medical care, if somebody doesn't give good quality on time for something that could cause a fatality like cancer or diabetes or whatever, somebody gets sued because that's not okay. It's illegal to do that. And somehow in mental health, that's not enforced, even though the risk is the same. So what I try to come to the table with is a strategy for leveraging the fact that Georgia has a House bill, that this is the federal law of the land, and that the health system needs to do a better job of what it's supposed to be doing to manage mental health liability in children. Again, in concert with our community, with our schools, but to back up those systems and to play the role where the health system should play its role. So I want to say a couple of things about what happens, the way parity gets violated among children who are all insured. So part of the problem, as Sarah was saying, is that if you're not insured, you're not even eligible to be considered for parity because it's an insurance, kind of entitlement. But all children basically are insured. So, and we can go to the next panel there, and I'm going to talk, go one more. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to talk about this in a second, but the idea here is if we're thinking about how does parity fail for insured children, one way to divide the waters of that is oftentimes we think of denials, like the insurance company denied something. And most often that happens in higher intensity care, like inpatient care, residential care, partial hospitalization, intensive outpatient. Okay, you only get 2 more days and then we're kicking you out. Like those kinds of denials, and people, get, it's very contentious about what should they be entitled to for this particular kind of care, for this very serious, mental health condition. So denials are a big issue in enforcing parity, what's fair, what's appropriate for a given condition on the higher intensity side. But the little secret about mental health care is that most mental health care happens outside of those situations in the outpatient realm, okay? Vast sums of money and vast, problems, avalanches of problems of childhood really should be managed on the outpatient side. And there, what happens is really not so often denials. Sometimes they happen. But what most often happens is something called network adequacy. So I want to talk about that for a moment because, especially for children, network adequacy is the name of the game, in my view, to enforce mental health parity. And here's the problem. So this panel depicts on the left side a medical condition, let's say diabetes, which, if untreated, would potentially result in severe problems and fatality. And on the right side, to your right, mental health conditions like depression. In terms of the definition of parity, what we have to think about is how much depression is there in the community, how much diabetes is there in the community, and if an insured population has X amount of diabetes and X amount of depression, then the insurance company should cover those needs equally. Now, how does that actually play out in the community based on epidemiologic research about medical conditions and mental health conditions? Well, the first thing is on the right-hand side of your screen, which is that the proportion of mental health conditions of children, clinical mental health conditions, that could kill them. Okay, so remember now, fatality from depression and mental health conditions of youth, including substance use, including eating disorders and all the different conditions, that mortality, death, is more common than cancer and all the next top 10 medical conditions combined. So the lethality of our condition in terms of population burden is extremely high. So here's the two sets of conditions, and 50% of the time for a mental health condition that could kill a kid, there's no treatment, okay? In Georgia and basically anywhere else in the country, half of the conditions are not treated when they arise in childhood. Now you compare that, if we go to the next slide, compare that with what proportion of the medical conditions, we can advance to the next one, next slide. There we go. Compare that to the medical conditions. Basically, if it's a potentially lethal medical condition, 100% of it is treated. Maybe 1% gets missed in the system. So it's 50 times more likely that a potentially lethal mental health condition is not going to get treated in the same insurance pool. That is a manifestation of a problem in Parity, because it never got, the kids never got treated. Now here's the problem with that little white column. Guess who counts the number of kids in an insurance pool who don't come to treatment or who don't get treated for their condition? Nobody counts that. It's invisible to everybody. It's invisible to the insurance company because the insurance company's like, well, we never saw them. Of course, they didn't have an appointment. There wasn't an available provider for a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them. And so if there's no opportunity, then how would the insurance company know that 50% of their insured with that condition are floating around without any care? And, you know, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. And who's counting? Commissioner Tanner mentioned, and I'll talk about this in a minute, that we're starting to count systematically as a health system these particular missingness. But if we don't count them as a health system or as a community, no one's going to count them. And if they're not turning into individual complaints, which very few have, then nobody knows. Okay, very quickly, what are the other areas? Self-pay was mentioned. Okay, so if you have a broken arm and you have a choice to go to the emergency room and have the insurance company pay for your cast and your broken arm and all of that, or pay for it by yourself, go to somebody and pay out of pocket, which one are you going to choose? Okay, you're going to have your insurance company pay for it. But in mental health, it's 15 times more likely that you're going to go outside of your insurance pool because there isn't anybody in your insurance pool. You're a desperate parent. You are going to self-pay. And in the United States, the rate of self-pay for outpatient mental health services is 15 to 20 times that for medical services. And then finally, you've got the part that insurance covers. And so if it's that group that is invisible, plus the group that's self-pay, now the insurance company only has to pay for the rest. You know, maybe it's 30%, maybe something like that, where they're paying for 100% of what's going on medically, or 99% of what's going on medically, or at least covering that. And the insurance company might say, well, we're doing our job, we're covering, you know, we have rates, we'll pay for that service. But if they are not attracting a workforce adequate to cover the red group and the white group, then they are violating federal law. And what's happening basically is this network adequacy principle is that one has to pay enough for a service to attract enough workers to deliver the service to your insurance pool. And if the rate of pay isn't enough, what's happening? Someone mentioned about the APEX, Commissioner Tanner mentioned about the APEX program. Where are those school therapists going? They're going into the private pay market because that's where the more money is. And so in order to stop that, in order to stem that, the reimbursements have to be high enough to attract workers into the field, just like there are endocrinologists that will take insurance. There are surgeons that will take insurance. But literally, most of our best graduates leave their training and they decide, you know, I'm not going to take insurance. And so, let alone governmental insurance. So I'll stop there and answer that question.
Thank you. Laura, I'll come to you. What gaps are you seeing from an advocacy and policy lens?
Thanks, Ashna. I feel like I got a little bit of a downer question right off the bat. So as I was preparing some notes for today, I kind of was thinking about what are the gaps in that we're seeing, but for kind of each of the important stakeholder groups or like moving pieces of the parity law. So what are the gaps that we're seeing on the insurer side? What are the gaps that we're seeing kind of in the state agencies who are, really that kind of watchdog enforcement partner? And what are there gaps for us as advocates and stakeholders and clinicians and people who care about this issue? So one of the things so I'll start with the insurer side. We are about 2.5 years into this law. I think many of us, including insurance companies, are still learning how to make parity real. And that's pretty evident with some of their annual reports to state agencies. So I was just reading through, the Department of Insurance is required under the parity law to submit a letter to the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the House Speaker every year covering what they did in their analysis of the parity data that insurance companies submit to them from the prior year. So I was reading the letter from August 2024 that covers the 2023 data. I hope you're still with me and you haven't fallen asleep yet. I was reading that 23 insurance companies were required to submit reports. They all did. 4 of those submissions were complete by the Department of Insurance's assessment. So there's clearly still a misunderstanding of what data the agencies need from insurance companies in order for the agency to do its job and for the insurer to be in compliance. Out of those 23 submissions that they got, 22 of those reports showed that there was what's called a non-quantitative treatment limits indicator. And that indicator is essentially, it shows that there's some kind of disparate outcome between a medical or surgical health service and a mental health service. So it indicates there may be a parity violation there that needs to be examined more closely. So 22 out of the 23 reports show that little red flag, hey, we need to look closer at this. So there's clearly still a big gap in insurance companies just applying and implementing parity in their own processes and practices. They may have it written down perfectly in their policy book, but in practice, it may not show up the way that they've documented it and that they say they're doing it. And so that gap is a parity violation. And the Department of Insurance saw that there were issues across autism services, substance use disorder, and mental health. Those are kind of the 3 big categories they looked at, and in all 3 of those, they saw that there were issues. So the insurance companies are still, there's gaps there, right? I think Dr. Constantino's data also shows that as well. I think we're also seeing some learning and growth opportunities for state agencies as well. I think one of those that would be really important is that the Department of Community Health and the Department of Insurance are both learning this really complicated thing that they have to do, but they don't seem to be sharing learnings with each other. So the Department of Insurance may be learning, we need to look at this piece of data to really understand how parity is being applied on prior authorization. But that's not then being shared over to the Department of Community Health, who may have learned something different, but would also benefit from this learning over here with the Department of Insurance. So I think there's a real opportunity there for more cross-agency collaboration so that that learning can be accelerated together, and also so that people who are kind of shifting in and out of insurance coverages, whether they're going from Medicaid to the private marketplace, they're getting the benefit of both of those agencies' expertise. And then the third piece, as I was thinking through kind of this gaps question, was really kind of like our understanding as advocates and clinicians about what parity can and can't do. So parity is really, it is a law about health insurance, and it only applies to health insurance. It will not fix the other systemic issues across kind of the system of care of mental health. And I think it's important for us to know that so that we don't, every mental health problem doesn't become, the parity law needs to fix that. This parity law will only fix health insurance problems, and there's even a limit within that, not to be a real party pooper today. But what parity does is it brings the mental health side of insurance up to where the physical health side of insurance is. Who loves their health insurance in this room? Do you want to raise your hand? Right. So we're going from like really, really bad to like kind of sometimes bad. And so we need to, in addition to being mental health advocates in this room, we also need to be like health insurance advocates more holistically, so that because if Georgia doesn't have network adequacy requirements that are enforceable and quantitative for cardiac specialty or primary care, then there is no parity measure for us to look at mental health providers within network adequacy either. And that applies to prior authorization and many other components of health insurance. So I think we need to realize that in order for our mental health coverage to get better, yes, we need to enforce parity. We also need to improve health insurance coverage across all health services.
Thank you, Laura. That was great. Dr. Constantino, I know you talked a little bit about this earlier, but you're currently conducting a large data collection project. What image and what sort of picture is emerging from that data?
Yes, Commissioner Tanner tipped our hand and kind of told the tale out of school about that. I want to go back to what Laura said about statistics about network adequacy, and statistics are statistics. And again, she's right that, you know, comparing the statistics for cardiothoracic surgery and mental health is one thing. But I would also say that actually discovering that a medically necessary treatment is inaccessible in any given point in time for a given patient for a treatment that they need is enforceable. That is an instance. That's what was supposed to have been reported as a complaint. And the idea had been that if there's enough complaints, then everybody will know where the gaps are. And I'm not here to villainize the insurance companies. What we're here to do is to show where the gaps are and to do it in a way that would be in keeping with the enforcement of federal law. And so imagine this situation. Imagine if, suspend your thinking about kind of how the mental health system actually works. But let's imagine this scenario. A patient comes in and is evaluated, and a treatment plan is generated for that patient, is devised for that patient, that specifies what are the medically necessary evidence-based treatments for this condition that could risk this patient's life. That is, they are medically necessary. And let's say you could just check the box of what those were. And then let's imagine, and that's in the electronic health record. Then let's imagine that the patient comes back. Keep in mind, the patient doesn't always come back. In the mental health system, sometimes patient gets evaluated and gets referred somewhere, and no one knows what happened to them. No one knows, did they get the treatment that they were recommended or what happened. But let's say that they come back. And at that point, let's say that they don't have that service, okay? And that box gets checked in the electronic health record. Then let's imagine that there is a mechanism by which the clinician who has checked what the patient needs and checked in the electronic health record what the patient doesn't have, then has a mechanism to go to the insurance company and say, for my patient, for this medically necessary element of treatment, do you have an appointment within a reasonable amount of time? And the insurance company either says yes or no. Or they have to say, call all the providers. They call the providers and it's yes or no. And let's imagine that, for example, 30 or 50% of the time, the answer is, well, we have people on our panel, but they're not enough, so we don't have enough appointments, so we actually don't have an appointment. And let's imagine that that gets checked in the electronic health record. So that was the approach that we took at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta to try to help with this problem and a system, to incorporate into the electronic health record, as a matter of discrete data, what did the patient need? Did they get it? And was it available through their insurer? And if not, again, not to villainize the insurer, but to point out to the insurer, we now have an auditable trail back to X number of patients out of a population that we have. Children's Healthcare of Atlanta touches close to 400,000 children in Georgia per year of Georgia's 2.5 million children. So we don't reach all of them with this method, but we reach 10,000 of them a year with this method, where we can systematically approach this checking of the boxes. And what we hope is to start bringing that information to the insurers and to the state and to DCH and say, here's what we're learning about where the gaps are, which patients, which evidence-based treatments are missing. And really, we should be able to hold some accountability to federal law that this is part of that patient's entitlement as a member of that insured pool. And it's starting to work. That system for collecting that information, the number that Dr. Tanner, or Commissioner Tanner gave before is definitely growing. And so we want to use that, and we want to partner with DCH, and we want to partner with the insurance companies to utilize that data. Here's where the gaps, and to put it back, are we going to work together and enforce federal and state law?
Thank you, Dr. Constantino. Sarah, with that question, I'd like to ask you a little bit, when we're talking about working together to solve this issue and solve this problem, how has the Georgia Parity Collaborative sort of worked on this issue since the passing of the act in 2022?
Yeah, so the Carter Center, in partnership with Laura and her team at Georgians for a Healthy Future, are really proud to lead the Georgia Parity Collaborative. This is a coalition of more than 70 statewide and national organizations working to advance parity, educate policymakers, spread the word among the media, and just make sure that parity is reaching its fullest effectiveness. So we like to refer to this group as our unlikely or unusual suspects, because it's not just your usual advocacy groups, it's provider groups, it's members of the media who are wanting to report on sensitive and accurate topics in mental health and acknowledge the need to continue spreading the word about parity and making sure that people are aware of their rights under the law. It's a little bit of everybody. So members of philanthropy, a very cross-sectoral group. So this group has been working together since prior to the passage of the Georgia Mental Health Parity Act, and you might think, well, it passed, so why are you still convening? But what's important to note is that the bill is still the law is still very much in its infancy when it comes to implementation. Like I said in my earlier remarks, it's a 76-page omnibus bill that tells a lot of people to do a lot of things. And as Dr. Constantino and Laura have alluded to, we are still very much in the midst of getting the appropriate data and learning from that data about what Georgians are actually experiencing under this new law. So we are together as a collaborative where, like I said, ensuring that behavioral health parity compliance remains a priority before both public and private insurers. We're monitoring the state agencies, DOI and DCH, as they carry out parity implementation and enforcement duties. This was particularly interesting as they were doing it for the first time after the law went into effect. But like I said, it's still a fairly new process, so there's still much to pay attention to, and we're keeping an eye on what these early reports are telling us about Georgians' access to coverage for behavioral health care. As a collaborative, we are working together to identify gaps in behavioral health access and service coverage. Like I said, we've got a lot of providers who are serving clients and patients directly, so this enables us to get that on-the-ground insight into what they're seeing. A lot of times the providers are the ones who know about the denials of coverage and are often the ones to spot that it's a parity violation, because most people don't know that the denial that they've received is indeed a parity violation. And like I said, just convening members from a breadth of perspectives and getting a lot of varied expertise when it comes to parity, and ensuring that states' parity progress remains a top priority for our state legislators as well during legislative session. So we held, this past session was our second annual Parity Day at the Capitol. This brought together legislators, members of the media, state agency officials, and advocates, as well as consumers, to talk about gaps and opportunities in Georgia surrounding parity. And we also hold an annual press conference at these Parity Days at the Capitol to unveil our Georgia Parity Awareness Campaign. So around the room out in the lobby, in this poster to my right, your left, you'll see a poster with the phrase, let me make sure I got this right, "Your mind and body are equally important and now equally covered." So these are messages from our second multimedia public awareness campaign, generously supported by the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation. This campaign aims to raise awareness among communities about their rights to coverage under Georgia's Mental Health Parity Act. So, like I said, this is our second. Our first iteration of the campaign ran in Savannah and Albany, and we found a statistically significant improvement in consumers' understanding of their rights under the parity law after having been exposed to the campaign messaging, which all leads them back to georgiamentalhealth.com, which has information about what is a parity violation, what does it look like, have you experienced one, and if you have, what do you do about it? And leads you to the correct state agency to submit a complaint and guides you through appealing that decision with your insurer. So this second multimedia campaign is running in Metro Atlanta, targeting specifically Black women, as they're statistically the most likely to face stigma for seeking care and less likely to access it as a result. So look around through July 20th, you'll see billboards. I saw one driving down the connector the other day. It shocked me so much, I nearly crashed my car. Billboards, radio spots, on streaming services, in local spaces like your doctor's office, your pharmacy, in a bus shelter, all with this message that your mind and body are equally important and now equally covered. Because we know that while yes, we are definitely working with the state agencies to make sure that we have the data that we need to improve coverage for all, we also need consumers to know their rights so that they can advocate for themselves as we're in the infancy of this process.
We have just a little bit of time for maybe one or two questions. So if I can ask my team members to maybe grab some index cards, and as they're doing that, I'll have Laura, if you'd like to just do some final thoughts. We've talked a lot about health insurance companies, but if there's anything you would like to add about how our state health agencies, such as DCH and DOI, and what they're doing and how we can support their work.
Yeah, thanks. So again, our state agencies are learning along with the rest of us about kind of what this law means and their role in enforcing it. The onus is really on insurance companies to be complying, but the agency's oversight is necessary, and I think we all know that because sometimes insurance companies don't behave unless there's oversight. And again, not to villainize insurance companies. But on the Department of Community Health, I think both agencies have some strengths and areas for improvement. In the Department of Community Health, which oversees Medicaid and the Peach Care for Kids and the State Health Benefit Plan, they are doing a very good job of being, I'd say, transparent and standardizing what they're asking of insurance companies to report to them. Those reports, the standard templates for those reports could be strengthened, but generally they're taking a good approach by kind of having one way to report so that it's easier for them to review and discern whether those insurance companies are complying with the law, as well as those of us who also want to look at the reports. I'd say an area for improvement, though, is really kind of strengthening that report template and doing a bit of a deeper analysis. DCH does summarize their review of the care management organizations, but there could be a little more detail in what they find. You know, like we're noticing a trend in this area, we see potential violations here. We're going to be digging deeper. So I think there could be a little more depth added there. For the Department of Insurance, I'd say on their strength is they've contracted with an agency called, Regulatory Insurance Advisors that has specific expertise around parity analysis and kind of doing that analysis well. So they are kind of increasing their own capacity as an agency by contracting with this agency and being able to fulfill that kind of depth of analysis we see. So in their recent enforcement letter, they really dug in kind of on, the prior authorization as one of the potential parity violations that they wanted to look at, kind of really examined that data and then indicated they were going to do some follow-up exams for insurers that weren't complying. So I think what they are doing a nice depth of analysis. They are much less transparent than the Department of Community Health around what they're doing and when those things happen and what the results are. So I think they could definitely improve there. And as Sarah was saying, I think both agencies really have more to do on the consumer education and awareness side. The awareness is very low of this, and we want people to understand what their rights are under their insurance coverage. And so while the Carter Center can certainly help kind of catalyze that and get it started, we'll need the full kind of force of those state agencies to assist in that effort.
Thank you all. These are such great questions. I hate to just pick one, but just a really, really quick question because I already know the answer. How many parity violations have been reported since the HB 1013 passed? And I know this is a complicated answer, but also an easy one.
I think each state agency will have different numbers, but very few, like less than a couple dozen on each side. And I think there's a couple reasons for that. One, in order to complain about parity, you have to know what parity is as a consumer. And then you also have to have the time and capacity to submit that complaint. And often when you're in the middle of a crisis and your child isn't getting the health services that they need, that is not your top priority, and it shouldn't be. Getting the services that your family member, your loved one needs, you yourself need, is the priority rather than submitting a complaint or a report. And so I think that that is often driving, why we see such low complaint numbers. And frankly, a system that relies just on complaints as the indicator, that is a lagging indicator and will never tell us kind of the depth of the problem.
And I would say consider, again, for children, there's 2.5 million kids in Georgia, and in any given point in time, 20% of them arguably have an active mental health condition or very serious risk. So compare those numbers, and if we know that half of those needs are not getting met, those are astronomical numbers, but none of them are turning into complaints. And so I think the other side of this is with insurance reports and the invisible patients. How are the insurance companies going to report about somebody that they're not even knowledgeable about? And I think this backs into the issue that the reporting system should take account of what is reasonable, conservative estimations of the epidemiologic prevalence of a condition in the population. So very simply, if you have 1,000 people in your insured population, and you have the sense then that of those 1,000, a couple hundred would have a depression, a major depression, then you should probably have enough capacity to treat those couple hundred during that year. But those kind of calculations rarely enter into the statistics that the insurance companies are providing yet, and we can change that. But clarifying what is the epidemiologic base, what is the real need within the insured population, and then building that into the data and reporting that happens, I think is going to be an important part of this going forward. And the health systems have capacity. We've shown that we can get the clinicians, we can discipline the clinicians to click those boxes. And I feel that, and we've had other health systems now approaching us now that we've been able to do this at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta within the electronic health record. I think health systems can be part of the data keeping for the community, for the population, and should, again, as part of its response to historically failing children and people with mental health conditions, this is one of those things that the health system can do to bolster the evidence base for what's going on and what needs to be resolved.
Similar to what Laura alluded to, I think the last report I read claimed there were 12.5 some odd parity violations, but then it also stated that some of them were reported to be duplicates, some of them are not even related to mental health coverage. So I think that gets at another issue that we're working on addressing, which is lack of clarity around reporting. If you go to the complaints portal, It covers everything from accident and fire to boat insurance, and it's a tricky system to navigate, especially when you're in the midst of a crisis. So that leads to less clear data for the state agencies to review. And I'll also add that we know anecdotally that people are experiencing parity violations. We work with Dr. Constantino, who sees it every day. We work with the provider groups in our Parity Collaborative, who see it every day. But the good news, because we're not going to all be bummers on this panel, the silver lining is that we also hear from these providers on within our collaborative that when they've gotten them the appropriate information to appeal these decisions and to just knowing that you have the right to that coverage and knowing where to go and what to do, people have had success in getting that coverage. We've heard that firsthand from the folks that we work with. So that is just a reminder that it's so important for us to be informing consumers as we're also working with our state agencies to make sure that the law is in its fullest effect.
All right, thank you all so much. Thank you all of you for being here and being wonderful speakers. And with that, that's the end of our Parity panel. And Sarah, I'll hand it back to you as MC.
Thank you, fellow panelists, and thank you, Ashna, for moderating that conversation. So next, I'd like to welcome our next afternoon panel to the stage for Policy Awareness and Investment for Alternative Response in Decarceration, also known as the Parity Initiative. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Candace Hansen, Letitia Jimenez, Carrie Mackey, and our moderator, Caitlin Ward.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you all for being here today. To introduce myself, I'm Caitlin Ward. I'm the Senior Program Associate for Mental Health Programs, focusing on advocacy and state policy here at the Carter Center. Just like mental health, homelessness does not discriminate. Anyone can experience homelessness. Mental health is one of the leading causes of homelessness, along with financial instability, being priced out of housing, physical health issues, and being from a systematically marginalized community. Those that are experiencing homelessness are systematically more likely to be arrested and incarcerated. Today, we are going to speak about policy alternatives to policing and helping to address this issue not only here in the state of Georgia, but also nationally. I have here today with me Candace Hansen, who is the Executive Director at Canopy MHC. She is from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Letitia Jimenez McCall, who is the Director of Social Services at the Atlanta Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative, also known as PAD, and Carrie Mackey, who is the Associate Director of the Rule of Law Program here at the Carter Center. Before we get into the questions, I would like to give our panelists time to introduce themselves and to speak a little bit more about their role in mental health policing alternatives. Candace, I'll let you start.
Sure, thank you. My name is Candace Hansen. Like she mentioned, I'm the executive director. Actually, I'm going to give a correction here of Canopy Roots. Canopy MHC is our treatment services.
Oh,
yes, that's okay. Canopy Roots is the part of the company that focuses on policing alternatives. Our Canopy Roots basically focuses on providing contracted behavioral health first responder services as well as community responder services. And these services are basically defined as alternatives to police, responding to 911 calls with police. We focus on decriminalizing and destigmatizing mental illness and behavioral health crisis. Our main leadership is based in Minnesota, but we provide services around the country. Our most notable services is the behavioral crisis response in Minneapolis, as well as we are a provider for the Circle program in Los Angeles that responds to 911 calls that are associated with homelessness in Hollywood. All of our partnerships focus on diverting behavioral health related calls away from police and are integrated into the 911 system. We also focus on providing this response for calls that are related to other social determinants of health, like homelessness. It frees up police to respond to the calls that they are appropriate for, and then it also redirects folks who are in behavioral health crisis or have mental illnesses. It directs them away from the criminal legal system and involvement in that. Because this work is advancing around the country, we're really happy to be here and share more information about our models and how we approach this service and this work.
Amazing. Letitia, you can go next.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Tisha McCall, the Director of Social Services at PAD. Our agencies pretty much does that too, but ours is really focused on the community as well, so we have a strong community component to it. We can receive calls through 911 that gets diverted to PAD, but we also really strongly focus on the 301 calls, and that's from the community who are looking for an alternative response to mental health, behavioral issues, homelessness, things like that. So people who are looking for that, they can call 311 to get to us. And then our main focus is really working with people who are marginalized by society, who need assistance but can't really navigate that space. When it's really difficult to navigate that, you don't really know where to start. And so if they can start with us, we can help them navigate the rest of that. We have a few points of entry into the program. The first two is the 911 and 311, and then our others are utilizing the diversion center. This place just opened in January, and it is a place where the police officers or law enforcement can divert directly to the diversion center. So it's a center that provides the immediate support. So people who need food, clothing, wash their clothes, or resources to do the next things, they can go there, and the police have their discretion. Let's say they get a call about this one particular place over and over and over, they can then divert, since we've learned that jail doesn't work for this person since they've been arrested over and over, right? So they're able to do that. And then our other way is our post-booking diversions, and that is really our, I want to say fail-safe, but like we're able to catch people who should have been diverted, and we can get them while they're in jail. We were trying to do that before first appearance. Doesn't always work, but we are able to catch people who are who have been booked into jail who could have been diverted. That way, they can still receive the services that we are able to offer people who are diverted. Once they come into PAD, they receive a care navigator who does our traditional case management, and they kind of navigate all the systems that people need help with, finding affordable and appropriate housing, getting connected to benefits, maybe even reconnected to their families. So that's kind of PAD in a nutshell.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Carrie?
I seem to have the microphone that is a little harder to turn on than the others.
Here. I'll switch with you.
Is this okay? Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Carrie Mackey. As Caitlin said, I'm an associate director with the Carter Center's Rule of Law program. The Carter Center are the new kids on the block in this space of policing alternatives. We are not service providers, but we are here with a strong interest in ensuring that those in our community experiencing mental health and substance use issues at that intersection of poverty and homelessness are met with the services and support they deserve, the dignity they deserve, instead of arrest and jail. We have been piloting a project in collaboration with PAD for the past 2 years, and that programming has really focused on data collection with an eye towards sharing that data so that we can ensure that policy reform, awareness raising, et cetera, is informed. And so we have done polling. We polled more than 1,300 individuals across the city of Atlanta and Fulton County as we wanted to better as we wanted to learn about public awareness, understanding, and support for policing alternatives. I will speak a bit more on that later in this panel. I will say that more recently we have co-created a project with PAD, really honed in on supporting the sustainability and expansion of policing alternatives, not just in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County, but with an eye towards over the next 5 years, provided we have funding to implement the programming beyond across Georgia. And in that work, we will support those 3 pillars that are found in the name: policy reform, awareness raising of policing alternative models like PAD and hopefully others across the state, and really coalition building and support to civil society to increase advocacy for investment in the social services and infrastructure that supports diversion away from the criminal legal system. Our core goal is reducing the arrest and incarceration of individuals experiencing quality of life concerns, with a particular target on Black men who are disproportionately represented in the jails and prisons. And as Eve said, this is a human rights issue. We deserve that people deserve services and support and dignity, and together we can all do better.
Is this one? Yeah, it is on. Okay. Also, as a reminder, before we begin, if you have any questions, please feel free to write them down and raise your hand, and we will have staff members come around to collect it, and we'll answer them at the end if we have time. So to kick us off, I'm going to pose my first question to both Tisha and Candace. What are the most common misunderstandings about the type of services that PAD and Canopy Roots provide? And in your view, what does an ideal crisis response system look like? Letitia, you can go first.
Thank you. So I think the most common misunderstanding of our services is that we can solve the problem, right? And it's a really big problem, and it's always existed. So our job is necessarily to solve homelessness, although that is the goal, right? So I think that's one of the larger misconceptions. And then another is that this is really a cultural shift, and shifting culture is not the easiest thing. So getting people to understand what the goals are and what we can actually do the misconception is that, we're going to solve this problem, but we can't do that because that's not the goal, right? So making sure that we're getting people to understand what we can and can't do, how we can and can't do it, is something that we've been working on. And then another that's come up a lot is like, what about the accountability of people, holding them accountable for their behaviors when we know that that is a systemic problem. And people are really just trying to survive, and punishing people for trespassing or loitering when they have nowhere else to go isn't the solution that we want it to be. So I think that's one of our larger misconceptions. And could you repeat that second part of the question real fast?
Yeah, for sure. And in your view, what does an ideal crisis response system look like?
The ideal crisis response, which hardly ever happens, is we can meet those immediate needs, build rapport right there, and then begin the long-term process. What normally happens is that we can meet those immediate needs and then start the rapport building process, which means that we'll probably get a call about the same individual again and again until they learn that they can trust us, that we will continue to show up, advocate for them, and meet those same immediate needs, and then give us a chance to meet their more long-term needs. Thanks.
Thank you. Candace, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, most common misconceptions, I would say, is that this work is somehow kind of replacing or sort of a threat to the police in some form. I know that when we rolled out our program in Minneapolis, there was a lot of opposition to it because the idea was that, well, you guys are there, this is some effort to replace police officers. The reality actually ended up being that these programs, our program as a behavioral health first responder program ended up complementing the already existing public safety structure and ended up just providing an additional tool for 911 to utilize when there were behavioral health related calls. And you know, there was a lot of chatter and frustration and feelings about it at the beginning, and then after all about a week, that tune changed pretty quickly because they saw the utility of it. And, you know, the idea is that no police officers were replaced. They are doing their thing. And then we just took over this lane where there was a lot of gaps and a lot of, I guess, problems where police officers didn't even feel comfortable responding to these and didn't feel like they had the training to respond to these types of calls. And so they became very happy and excited about the work that we're doing as well. And so that's the main misconception that I think comes up a lot, that this is somehow, when we start delving into the idea of alternatives, that this is somehow a threat to police officers. The second part of the question was?
The second part of the question is, and in your view, what does an ideal crisis response system look like?
Yeah, so that is probably a question I could spend like 2 hours on. So I'm gonna really try, because we've learned a lot from doing this work. We've done it in different cities, and kind of we found that different cities and jurisdictions have different needs, but by and large, there are some themes. First of all, an ideal, thinking about it from a systemic view, my view as the executive director is very much from a systemic view rather than like an individual client intervention view. From a systemic view, I think of the importance of maintaining that cultural separation from police. One of the things that we noticed is that there would be like co-responder programs where behavioral health responders would go out with police, or they would have embedded social worker programs where social workers would work within the precinct. And although they really did a lot of good and were very helpful, we noticed that police culture sort of started to swallow up everything around it. And, you know, it's an old service. It has very defined culture and purpose. And so we really found that in order to have a service that really served the community, we really needed to maintain cultural kind of separation from police. Mental health and behavioral health is a completely different field, a completely different stance and orientation, and it's not an insult to what they do. They just do the things in their lane, and a behavioral health or community responder has to have a completely different focus, and those cultures really need to sort of stay separate so they can be complementary to each other and play the role that they need. I could say a lot more about that, but yeah.
Not a problem. I think all of our panels, we could discuss all of these subject matters for hours. But this really leads me into my next question for you, Candace, which is, what are the biggest barriers, whether in services, policy, or coordination, preventing broader adoption of alternatives to policing and mental health crises?
Yeah, so I would say what I just named there is definitely a barrier to get over, but I think there's just a general lack of information, right? Like people don't know about the fact that this type of diversion work has been done successfully. People are always like, wow, you guys are doing such a great job, how innovative. And I'm like, yeah, that's true, we did do some innovation, but really there's been programs that have been operating where they're for diverting calls, behavioral health related calls away from police for 911. Those have existed for decades around the country already. And so I think that there's a need for just more general awareness about what this sort of work is, the benefits of it, and then also the need for it as something that could be implemented everywhere, and that the need exists on every level. Obviously, there's going to be different needs in different places, but what those programs look like will change depending on the place. But overall, people do not know that this kind of work can be successful and is needed everywhere. And also I would say there's also for programs that are in the process of being implemented or being improved, there is kind of this somewhat of misconception about like what is different between a behavioral health or community responder and other first responders. And like, so for instance, our staff are behavioral, they usually are licensed professionals in behavioral health, or they have some combination of experience and education in the direction of mental health or social services. And when we work within the rest of the system, there's a lot of, I guess I would say, conflict or misunderstanding that comes up, because they're like, well, why can't you guys just do this? Well, this is in the field of behavioral health, this is how our people have to respond to something like that. So there's a lot of education that's needed within these systems about helping them understand what is our professional mandate, even as behavioral health first responders working in their system.
Thank you. Letitia, do you have any thoughts? And Carrie?
Could you read the question, just because I had a lot of thoughts of what you were saying, and I don't want to get off topic.
Of course. What are the biggest barriers, whether in services, policy, or coordination, preventing broader adoption of alternatives to policing and mental health crises?
Yeah, Candace said a lot of those barriers for sure, but I think it does go back to like that culture, that how we're taught. Remember, and this is not on my talking points. But how we're taught, right? Kindergarten. If you need help, who do you call, right? So we're already conditioned to call the helpers without realizing how many helpers there are, who are the helpers, and kind of getting back to that part of things. So I would say kind of really starting there, that's a real barrier to get people, we're back to the cultural shift again, right? Getting people to understand that these programs have existed for a while. It is innovative, yes, but it's not brand new. It's just not out there as much, and how do we do that without taking over the law enforcement piece of things? We're not trying to do that. There is a space for us, for behavioral health and mental health, to provide those needed services, and making sure that we're staying in that space, and that we're going to the space where there are gaps there. So I think a major barrier is just that people don't know how to access us, and also we're social workers. We're not the biggest proponents of our own selves. I think we all have that same thing, right? Making sure that we're actually getting our stuff out there, make sure people understand how to reach us, and that there are other alternative ways of doing things. And then just really quickly, that was more of an overview of the barriers at the top, but like even in the middle of it, right? Knowing how to navigate the systems is really, really, really difficult, especially if you don't have a way to do that. A lot of people, as you're transient, you can't really keep up with your documentation, right? You lose your birth certificates, the driver's license. You may not know the last address you were at to even find out how to get your next things. So having a way to do that, and that's just a very small piece of things, but that's another reason why it's difficult to move forward. It's really hard to go anywhere else from that. But I could really talk more about the barriers, but I'll stop there.
Thanks. And I would just add, I really want to underline what Candace said about that lack of data and the lack of awareness, because really it is that knowing about these services, what they provide, what their benefits are, and coordination among those that are interested in seeing those services expanded. That is what will drive that policy reform and that advocacy for those services. And really at the core of it, as Tisha said, is really changing that knee-jerk reaction of calling 911 when we see somebody in need of services and support, when that is not the best response for most people. That said, going back to the awareness issue, of those 1,300 plus people that we surveyed, only 18% were aware of PAD. That was across City of Atlanta and Fulton County, and PAD services right now are only applicable to or accessible in the City of Atlanta. But of course, there's an eye towards hopeful expansion across Fulton County. I know Fulton County has been eager to see that happen. But that said, there's a lot of work to do. People need to be aware. If people are going to change that knee-jerk response from calling 911 to get somebody out to support somebody, people need to know PAD's there. The Carter Center has been supporting digital ads. We are currently working with a comms company to and utilizing the data from the polling to really expand that awareness, especially in the city council districts where we know the awareness is lower or the use is lower. But I would say that is a core to all of this. And then I'll speak a little bit more about data sharing and some of the other questions, I think.
Yeah, no, that very much helps segue into my next question. And Tisha, I'll let you go first on this one. From your perspective, what does successful diversion look like from either your perspective or your team's perspective? And how do you track long-term outcomes for the people that you serve?
Yeah, thank you. A successful diversion for us really starts with the fact that someone has called us. So they know that we exist, they know we can help there, right? So I think that starts with that whole, it starts there. And then ideally, we will be able to respond to that call, find the person, because again, they're transient, they're not in the same place at all times. So find the person and be able to address their needs. So a successful diversion, and there's an actual definition for this too, by the way, but I just want to explain what that is. It just means that we're able to go out, meet the person, address their needs, the immediate needs. Sometimes they're just wanting to use the bathroom. We can take them somewhere to use the bathroom. A very basic need that you can't really get met anywhere else, because you can't just walk into a store and use the bathroom, because if you're not a paying customer, you're trespassing, right? So being able to just meet those very, very basic needs, and that usually starts to gain that rapport, and we're able to work with them towards their long-term goals. That's if we continue working at that space. Sometimes we meet their needs and they're like, thank you, that's all I needed today. But now they know that we exist. They know that PAD is a place they can go. They know how to reach us, get in touch with us. If we're able to enroll them in PAD and start them with their care navigator, that's even better. But our goal isn't always to fix the entire problem. Sometimes it's just to engage. So successful diversion starts with just successfully engaging the person, having that conversation, and getting them out of harm's way. If someone has called 311 to have us assess or assist a person there, and we're unable to, we know that sometimes the next step is, okay, I'll just call the police then. And so to make sure that that's not happening, because our goal again is to reduce the arrest rate and the chances of police involvement, especially for a crime that is only a crime because they have no access to anything else. And then, was it the data part?
Yeah, how do you track long-term outcomes of this?
Yeah, as you can, I just call it data stuff, right? It's really just tracking it, right? So making sure, so I'll give two examples. People that we are able to enroll in our program, we're able to track those pretty easily because they're in the program, they meet with us, we put our notes in, and we move on, right? But there are a lot of people who don't really enroll in the program, but we can track how many times we get called at this location. We can track how many times we engage with this person, whether they give us the same name or not. We're able to identify the person, and they kind of know us as well. So when we go back out there, and we do engage multiple times with the same individuals, which is not, we don't consider that like a failure at all. That's great. They talk to us each time we come out there, perfect. So we do try to track all the things that we do in a way that makes the most sense to tell the story. Because I mean, the numbers tell a story, yes, but sometimes it's not the entire thing, not the entire picture. It shows that 311 was called 7 times in 1 month for this one person, and that's saying it that way is a completely different story than saying that we were able to engage this person 7 times. Each time that we came out there, they spoke with us, we met in immediate needs, and they knew that we're coming back. They know our van. When we show up, they're like, okay, great, because I was thirsty, and I know you guys have something to drink in there, you know? So yeah, just being able to track what we're doing, how we're doing it, the long-term stuff. We also utilize different systems as well. So we utilize the HMIS, and please don't let me tell you the acronyms to these. Putting it out there now, I don't know. Homeless management, something services maybe, I'm not sure. But we use that, and that tracks like the people who are unhoused around the state. And then we're able to use our internal data collection to track who's in our program or who's been connected to it. We work with other providers, and we track our referrals going in and out. So there's a lot of data collection that we're doing, a lot of ways to track the long-term work that we're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, Candace, do you have a similar or different perspective?
Yeah, mostly similar. Our programs are very, very different. We have like a much more narrow lane in the services that we provide. One thing that I really didn't get into when I was giving my introduction was that our programs and services in the cities that we work in are specifically integrated into 911. And there's a few I would say a few benefits to that, and also some downsides, right? People don't always feel super comfortable calling 911, but that's one of the things that we're trying to kind of repair and address in the service or in the jurisdictions that we work in. And so that response being integrated is really helpful because it supports safety for our staff too, right? So 911, they know where we are. We're on the same radio system. We can call for help and support if we need it. We don't often, but 80% of our calls are ones that do not involve other first responders. But when we do need the other first responders, they can get out there very quick because they know where we are. We're all in the same computer system as well, and so that really supports safety and efficiency for that response, for our service as a first responder. And I think that's a pretty ideal scenario in our experience. Sometimes the referral-based systems make it a little bit more difficult to get connected because sometimes 911 systems, if the service isn't fully integrated, they have trouble figuring out when they should refer and send calls to a referral-based service. And so just wanted to say a little bit about that. But also for us, the successful diversion really looks like somebody took this call who was not police, right? And that's really at least where the city of Minneapolis started, whereas like we have this many calls per year. This amount of calls are all things that maybe a police officer doesn't have to respond to. We can free them up to do the things that are in their lane. And then these other set of calls, we're going to figure out who is actually the appropriate responder for this kind of service. And the idea is that someone has to take the 911 calls. So the question is, who does it? Well, since our service in Minneapolis has rolled out, we've done 30,000 calls, taken 30,000 calls directly from 911. And then out of those calls, there's been no community members injured. We've had a couple minor injuries on the part of staff who were not following policy, but the response has been a safe one, and I think that's the word that needs to get out there. It's also been incredibly economical. Those 30,000 calls, very likely, if police were taking those calls, arguably there might have been some injuries or lawsuits even maybe. We've spent zero money on lawsuits by community members or payouts or settlements to community members. So that gives you an understanding of you're getting the appropriate response, but you're also probably spending less money in a lot of situations. And so I think that's important to get out there. Long-term outcomes for the people that we serve. I think in the places that we work, we don't necessarily always track those long-term outcomes. I think other formal behavioral health services do and should, but we kind of think about it like this. Do the police track long-term outcomes of the people that they serve? I mean, maybe they do sometimes, maybe they don't, but the idea is that the purpose of this is to have the appropriate response to a 911 call, and then our goal on those calls is to say, what can we connect people to that will help with their long-term outcomes, but not necessarily thinking that we personally are responsible for those long-term outcomes. But it is a part of how we measure our success as a team to say, hey, for our responders, hey, on this call, did you connect this person to something that was going to increase the likelihood of them seeking out the services that they need and following through with them, and then perhaps even maybe do a warm handoff to those services.
Thank you for that. Carrie, I'm going to turn to you more to talk about the data side of things and our perspective here at the Carter Center.
Thank you. I do want to undergird something that Letitia said, where the criminalization of individuals experiencing homelessness, poverty, mental health issues, substance use, looks like arresting somebody for public urination in a city that has no public toilets. So when we talk about policy reform, decriminalization, that's what we're talking about. When we talk about increased advocacy for investment in infrastructure, that's what we're talking about. And just to say that I think successful diversion at the highest bird's eye level looks like no diversion, meaning there's no need for diversion. Of course, that's what we're all aiming to move the dial towards. With regards to data, and I mean, because it is a huge focus right now at this moment, because everything the Carter Center will be informed by the data that we collect. We currently are supporting a Neighborhood Nexus, which was born out of a community foundation for Greater Atlanta, to develop a dashboard, a public-facing dashboard that will be hosted on PAD's website of the data that PAD collects, of course, like, HIPAA safe data, of course. But because there is such a need and there's so many stakeholders who want to know more about what PAD is doing, at the city level, at the police, within the police, among civil society, among the community writ large. And so we are supporting them to collect and share data that can be utilized, and I think we're just getting into this, so I forgive my ignorance of not knowing all the ins and outs of what the data dashboard will look like, but I think the idea is that different stakeholders can come and kind of manipulate the dashboard to get the data that they need and want. And hopefully through that process, we will have a better understanding of the utility of policing alternatives in our city, and that will inform the policy reform work and the advocacy for investment in infrastructure and social services, so we can help institutionalize PAD. And then in an ideal world, we can also utilize the lessons that PAD has learned and the data that has been collected to support other cities and counties across Georgia who are developing policing alternative models as well.
Thank you guys for that. That was such great insight. This next question I have for all three of you, and I'll let Candace kick us off on this one. And it's a little difficult. In one brief sentence, if you could change one policy or practice today to improve mental health crises response in your state, what would it be?
It's difficult to put into one sentence. I would say updating the laws to include the possibility of other types of first responders. We've come across a lot of difficulty with what the law allows with responding to emergencies, and it leaves out additional first responders, and so some agencies and cities don't know how to deal with that. So there's a lot of laws that need to be updated.
Tisha, you can go next.
No surprise that mine is very similar, but having the right people respond to the most appropriate things to respond to. So having mental health professionals responding to mental health crises, having people who are substance use professionals respond to cases where there's substance use concerns. So making sure the right people are in the right places.
Amazing. Carrie?
I think sustained, institutionalized, safeguarded, efficient funding for these services.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like all three of those together would make this work a lot easier and more effective. And to round us out, I have one last question and hopefully leave us on a happy note. And this is for Carrie and Letitia. What gives you hope that Georgia is moving towards a more humane and effective response to mental health crises?
Sure, I'll start. Thank you. Honestly, I think the fact that PAD exists gives me hope for that, because not only did it form, but it is still here. People continue to call PAD. We've been asked to expand. We're working on expansion, so that just that by itself gives me hope that we're moving towards something more. I wouldn't say better. I would just say more. Yeah.
Gary?
Thanks. So we, in our survey, we asked community members what the biggest concerns are in their communities, and the top two concerns were mental health and homelessness. And when asked who they felt were best to respond to those concerns, whether it be a service like PAD or the police, they want services like PAD, not the police. 71%, when just asked if you support policing alternatives, 71% do. Even though there's a low awareness of PAD, they support the idea largely of policing alternatives. And those that did use PAD services that we interviewed, 73% were very satisfied with PAD services. So I think there's a lot there contained within that data that we will leverage to continue to advocate for this to move forward, and that gives me great hope.
Amazing. Candace, in your state, you can also answer this.
Well, actually, I can comment for Atlanta, because although I live in Minnesota and our company is based in Minnesota, although we, provide services around the country. I'm a native Atlantan. I was born and raised in Atlanta. And so even the fact that once I heard about PAD and heard about the work that the Carter Center, as well as a variety of people, are doing here, I was super excited to know that in my home state this was happening, and this was advancing. And my dad was a career first responder in Atlanta, and so it's sort of it's very special to me personally to be able to see this amazing work happening in Atlanta, and in a place that I maybe thought might not get around to it very quickly. So very excited about that, and happy to be here because of that.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to open it up to any audience questions if we have any.
There's one right here, too.
This one is directed directly at Candace. How do you maintain a crisis response identity and not becoming a homelessness outreach team?
It's a great question, whoever asked that. It's challenging. I think it's helpful that it's done differently in different places. In Hollywood, in our work in Hollywood, we respond specifically to 911 calls associated with homelessness. And so that is actually what our community responders do in LA. And so, but they also know that they can connect to other behavioral health services and professionals as well. So it's not necessarily, it's aimed at connecting them, right? And in the Minneapolis, it is just pure behavioral health, first response, but it is focused on not necessarily focused on homelessness, but the nice thing about Minneapolis is that there are other existing homeless services that we can connect to, right? And so we think of ourselves as connectors, and we have to do a lot of education in the community about that. The idea though then is that we still get calls related to homelessness, and it's not, and we don't try to avoid that, right? Because at the moment we might be the best tool for that. We are just ready and waiting to be able to connect the people that are involved in our calls who are experiencing homelessness. We're ready to connect them to the actual community resources that deal with that in the places that we work. In LA, they have like a whole system built up for that, so it was really easy to kind of just be that connector. And so my whole point is that, yes, we do education to try to carve out that identity, but in the end, if it comes our way, that's all right too, because we know what to do with it.
Thank you. I think we are right at time. I will give you guys these questions, and if you have these questions, if you're the ones that wrote it, please feel free to come up to our panelists at lunchtime. But next, I would like to introduce Miriam Shafik, who is a student ambassador from Silence the Shame, who will perform a spoken word poem for us all. Thank you.
First and foremost, thank you guys so much for having me. So I am a Silence the Shame ambassador program in college. This back in 2024, we were the first year ever to bring this program actually to college. We were in middle schools, high schools, and even elementary schools. So as of now, we are officially in all platforms from elementary school all the way up to college. This poem is very close to my heart. When they asked me to perform a piece for you guys, I was battling it, and I was like, you know what? Let's put it all out there for you guys. So it's called A Bandage Over a Knife Cut. And we all feel sometimes that's how we feel emotionally inside anyway. So here it is. You can't put a bandage over a blade when it's still deep within. Don't hand me a hollow phrase like stay strong or everything will be fine while I'm still bleeding through my shirt. Don't hand me a well-known quote wrapped in hope and calling it healing. But strength is heavy, sharp, and quiet. But put a smile on and hide the blade under my ribs. Keep the demons within down and don't let the mask that always shine crack once. Ignoring it and telling time doesn't make it grow any smaller. The pain needs to be felt and clean the wound, cry like hell and let the rain fall through you. Healing is messy, rage, scarred, and letting go. It is saying, no, I am not okay. To live, and even when the darkness feels like an old friend. This is not the need to be strong, but trying to be real, to feel, to heal, to love this body, mind, and free the demons within. You can't put a bandage over a knife cut. You can stitch it with truth and time, kindness to yourself. When you see me clearly, that I'm alive and not just existing. Not fixed, not perfect, but with the scars, souls, still learning how to drop that blade and hold my heart in a hand, and a story that is living without a finish line. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miriam, for that extremely powerful poem and sharing your vulnerability with all of us. So I am delighted to announce lunch. I'm sure everyone is ready after already what's been a very robust group of speakers and presenters. So we have lunch out in the lobby. Please help yourself, and we will come back together at 1:50 p.m. And we also have a lost phone with a Find My iPhone alert going off.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will resume momentarily. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. If everyone could turn their attention back to the stage, we're about to resume. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch and are ready to continue. So next, we're going to explore the extremely critical and salient topic of culturally competent mental health with Dr. Pierluigi Mancini. With over 30 years of experience in culturally and linguistically appropriate behavioral health treatment and prevention, Dr. Mancini is one of the most sought-after national and international experts on the subject of mental health and addiction, and his area of expertise is immigrant behavioral health. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Mancini.
Thank you. The topic today is based on an op-ed that was well received, highlighting the psychological issues for children for the immigration rates. So today's theme is beyond conversations. How does that apply to immigrants and refugees? And when we talk about shaping Georgia's mental health future, I've always felt that Georgia leads in many ways, and we can also lead in this issue. Immigration policies are not just political decisions or human tragedies unfolding in real time. It is a mental health crisis. So join me in just spending a few seconds looking at this picture. Not just with your eyes, but with your heart. The Statue of Liberty stands more than a monument. It was a promise for millions of people that come to this country, that have been coming to this country. It's etched in every word with the words, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shores, send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." But today we have to ask ourselves, are we keeping that promise? Or have we allowed fear and division to close that golden door that she vowed to keep open? So let us remind us that to reclaim our shared humanity, to ensure that hope remains stronger than fear, and that compassion guides the policies that shape the lives of those who still believe the promise of this nation. When we treat immigrants with threats and fear, society becomes divided and fearful. We know what fear can do in general to someone that's already having a problem with a mental health condition or a substance use disorder. That fear of living under constant shadow, suspicion, leading isolation, eroded opportunities for integration. Just picture yourselves living every day, not knowing if somebody's going to knock on the door and take someone out from your household. Breaking up families. When we tear apart families, the psychological effects for parents is anxiety, family separation, fear, chronic stress, depression, hopelessness. And for children, who I believe are the ones that pay the highest price, are identity confusion, internalized stigma, social withdrawal, and feelings of not being worth. When we talk about dismantling this family reunification, and we're witnessing this, unfortunately, we're witnessing this in our lives today. We have people being pulled out of church with the family there. And the dismantling of policies that were made to reunite families, and all of a sudden families that have been waiting are just split, they're not able to come. Or policies that limit or block the ability for those refugees and asylees that have been waiting to come and join their family. When they dismantle that family reunification, it worsens the issue. Parents end up with grief, separated from loved ones, hopelessness, and development and attachment disorders, separation anxiety for children. We're also witnessing that criminalization of nonviolent immigrants. So one of the clearest cases is the first few thousand people that were picked up by the immigration raids were people that we knew where they were. They had an ankle monitor waiting for a court date, so those were easy to pick up. They were not the criminals that we keep hearing about. But to pull someone from the family unit during a mass, during a church service, just think of how that will continue to play in that family. So nonviolent, law-abiding citizens are also afraid. We already have fear in accessing services. Now, if you start making it even harder to be outside, even if you don't have an immigration challenge, immigrants that have been here with residency, with citizenship, are not accessing services because of that fear. And then the ones that get placed in detention centers, that there is no time limit, there's no timeline. You know, detention centers can cause a lot of trauma, and it impacts that emotional well-being. Strict environments, restrictions, triggering those with pre-existing trauma, but they're also overcrowded. They lack that proper medical care, fail to meet basic human needs, and children feel abandoned. And that's difficult. It's unimaginable, unless you've been there, to get home at 3 o'clock after school and no one is there, or to be picked up and put in somewhere where your parents can't see you for weeks. So the toll of uncertainty can impact mental health, hypervigilance, decision paralysis, cognitive exhaustion. It's a life in limbo. And many of us know, and we know some of the individuals that are suffering from this, and we understand that it's even more difficult for them to seek help. So with all the access limitations that we already have, and those that are looming, more access barriers depending on where that proposed budget lands, There's going to be more. We already have 25 million people in the United States who are suffering in silence because of linguistic barriers. The misunderstanding of what limited English proficiency means, it's a problem. So feelings of despair, hopelessness, chronic stress is something that becomes everyday life. So what do we want to be as a nation? Policies rooted in fear and punishment, those will never create those thriving communities. What I propose is we need compassionate reform, policies that protect families and support cultural and linguistically responsive services for mental health and substance use disorders. We need to restore hope, stand for humanity, strengthen not just immigrant families, but the soul of our nation. And what I mean by this is whenever we talk about these issues that we're all familiar with, immigration reform, healthcare reform, criminal justice reform, social welfare reform, and general reform, often that voice is not present to speak out for immigrants and those that are struggling because of linguistic access. And unfortunately, we end up creating generations of individuals with trauma. You know, from 8 years ago, there are still kids that were in cages in Texas. But people stopped talking about that. Imagine you're a 3-year-old and now you're 11 and you've been in a cage. And what that will do to someone. So I want to leave you with a call to action, because all of us can play a role if we choose to. All of us can stand up. All of us can speak out if we choose to. And when we focus on what's wrong and we focus on the policies, we'll be more successful than if we focus on personalities, name calling, and things that really waste time and energy. So we need to continue to focus in the policies. And I'll leave you with this brief video, and then if there's time, we'll take a couple of questions. How does the video play? There we go.
Can you tell me which one of these children is Jordan Velasquez?
I don't know, kids, which one of you is Jordan?
Did you feel the tension when those questions were asked? Imagine being one of those kids not knowing if you're being taken away. So thank you all so much for your time. Thank you, Eve. Thank you, the Carter Center. Do we have time for questions? We have 4 minutes for questions for such a light topic.
Okay. Make it easy. Hi, thank you so very much. My name is Myrna Clayton with Showability. Sadly, America does not have a reputation for being humane for non-European citizens and immigrants, non-European immigrants. So how do you propose using this current situation to follow what the Statue of Liberty proposes?
I think that, first of all, we need to find our voice. Many of us want to do something, want to say something, but we don't know how. And to find our voice needs to be a clear message, not a complaining session. It needs to be a clear message of what's wrong with a proposed solution. You know, we all have our sad story, but people want solutions. So in this case, you know, there's many ways that we can fix the situation. The first one is, even before this year, there was a backlog of 3 to 7 years for immigration cases. And, you know, more judges could be placed in that system to move these cases forward. Otherwise, people have to wait for many years, which now is fearful because there's no guarantee. At every meeting that we're at, if someone says something that is incorrect, we must be prepared to back that up with data, with evidence, because otherwise it just becomes a kind of a screaming match. You know, you said, I said, but if I can show you, you know, what was wrong with that policy and how can it be improved, I think we'll be able to do that. When it comes to mental health and substance use disorder services, workforce development, we must continue to grow a bilingual, bicultural workforce. Otherwise, you know, interpreters are good for a short time, but they're not the answer. Language line is not the answer. So we need to continue to do that. I was just given the 1 minute note. Was there another quick question? Back there? No? No time? Okay. Yes.
I'm sorry, real quick. Do you have any, I know you put out a newsletter. Do you have any information for advocating or standing up to support those that may be witnessing an event happening or being detained? I know they're arresting others that are supporting. Do you have any information or guidance on how to support in those situations?
Yeah, so there's 2 large immigrant supportive organizations for Latinos, Galeo, for Asian Americans, AAPI. So they have, and they'll be happy to talk to anyone that is witnessing something or it wants to report something. They are very dedicated and they make sure that these issues get addressed at the appropriate places that can create change. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Dr. Piero Luigi Mancini, thank you so much for being a constant friend and advocate. And we will definitely commit to finding our voice, for sure. So, another segue. None of us can deny that we're feeling the impact of the current times on our own health and well-being. And it is a time more than ever that we must intentionally engage and lift up universal supports, including access to the arts. Science now verifies what if we were asked, we would have intuitively responded, well, of course. A UK study has proven the benefits of arts on health and wellness. And this coming September at the United Nations General Assembly, a Lancet series will be released on the arts and wellness. Marian, another huge thank you for sharing your poetry earlier. It inspired us, and again, thank you. And so now, next, for your health and wellness, let me introduce our friend Mark Kendall from Cool 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 Productions and a WABE podcast host. Join me in welcoming Mark.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? What's up? Very excited to be here. Really appreciate being here. This is so cool. I'm gonna do a little bit of a comedy interlude to lighten things up with y'all a little bit. But to kind of start things off, I wanted to do like a group activity. Is that cool with y'all? All right, cool, very fun. I think y'all are gonna enjoy this. Kind of wake us up a little bit after lunch, you know what I mean? So the game we're gonna play together is called Rock, Paper, Scissors, Cheerleader. All right, that's how it goes. Rock, paper, scissors, cheerleader. And I'll invite you all to get up, move around if you like in a moment. So the way it works is this. When I say go, you're gonna find a person nearby you and you're gonna play rock, paper, scissors, best 2 out of 3, all right? So if you haven't played rock, paper, scissors before, this is how I'd like for you to do it. You'll go rock, paper, scissors, shoot, at which point you can play rock, paper, or scissors. Now rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper beats rock, okay? So what's your name? Angel? Great to meet you, Angel. So let's say Angel and I were facing off in rock, paper, scissors, cheerleader. Angel, you win best 2 out of 3 because you're awesome. At that point, I then become your cheerleader, and I'm gonna find someone else for you to play. So I'd be like, yeah, Angel, who's gonna take on my friend Angel? Woo! And so then let's say you face off with your friend there, and you win again. Now, all 3 of us are cheering on Angel even louder. And I want this to continue until we get to one final person that we give a huge round of applause. Does that make sense? Any questions on this game? We got to get the rules straight so we can have fun. So just to recap it one more time. When I say go, you'll partner up with someone, play rock, paper, scissors, best 2 out of 3. Whoever wins, you are then that champion. And then if you lose, you become that person's cheerleader. All right? And you're cheering them on, you got to find another challenger. So you got to, so once you've moved on, you got to move around the room and find new challengers until we have one champion. Is that cool? All right, I'll count y'all down from 5. We'll see this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Best 2 out of 3. Really become that person's cheerleader. Really cheer them on. Yes, y'all are doing great. Woo! Yeah! Cheer on your champion. Keep finding a new challenger. Keep finding a new challenger. Someone over there in the corner is looking for a challenger. Someone over there is looking for a challenger. Keep going, y'all. Keep going. Oh, we got some more winners. Hey, y'all in the center, someone over there is looking for a challenger. Someone over there. We got someone over here. Okay, so we're down to the last few. Keep cheering on your champion. Are these the final two? Not totally sure. Who's left? Who's left? Okay, cool. I think we got whoever wins this one over here. All right, are we down to the final two? Is this the final two? All right, y'all, this is the final two. Final round, really cheer as loud as you can, final two. Yeah. Keep cheering as loud as you can, y'all, very fun. Yeah. Is that it? Is that everybody? Oh, that's it? All right, we'll call it there, y'all. Give yourselves a round of applause, everyone. Very fun, very fun. We'll end it there. Very good. Yeah. Very fun. Thanks for doing that silly game, y'all. Oh, what was it? What was your name? Krista? Y'all, one more round of applause for Krista, our champion. Krista, 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 Krista. Give yourselves a round of applause. Very fun, very fun. Oh, very fun. Cool. Thanks, y'all. Thanks for being willing to play that game. Something that I enjoy about that when thinking about joy and comedy is that it can come from all sorts of different places. And so a lot of times you might think like a game like rock, paper, scissors, the only person that wins is the person that, or the only person that has fun is the person that wins. But I hope what you saw in that, it was just as fun to lose and cheer on your friend as it was to win a round of rock, paper, scissors. And beyond that, you know, we can all ultimately win together. You know what I'm saying? So there's no lack of winning that we can do together. But as it says, oh, I'm a comedian, so I'm gonna do some comedy for y'all. So I'll do a couple characters, and then I'll get out of here and let y'all keep doing your thing. But and I'll try to keep conscious of time as well. But I'll start out with a character. This is a character set in a fictional version of Atlanta. All right, so this is a character set in a fictional version of Atlanta. All right, here we go. All right, y'all, listen up. It has finally happened. In a crazy turn of events, they have finally decided to build MARTA trains straight to Cobb County, all right? So you know what this means. We are finally taking black crime to Cobb County. This is something we have always wanted to do, but it's only possible now that we have access to public transportation. Many a night I've sat out with my best friend Tyrone. I've been like, Tyrone, I wish I could rob Cobb County tonight. But all I have is my Escalade, all right? So tonight we're gonna go over the plan for our very first robbery. We're gonna meet at 5 Points MARTA station. Everyone is paying for their own Breeze card this time, all right? We're gonna hop on the Gold Line northbound headed towards Doraville Station. At around 8:20 a.m., we're gonna switch over to the Red Line. If everything goes according to plan, we should be at the new Cobb County MARTA station by 8:40 a.m. Now after that train ride, we're gonna have to hop on the 10 bus. The 10 bus is gonna take us all the way to the neighborhood of Fair Oaks. So after a train ride and a bus ride, it's just a short, brisk 7-mile walk, all right? To the house that we want to rob. Now, once we get inside, we only have time to go after the good stuff. I'm talking about their grand pianos and nothing else, all right? That's what we're stealing, their grand pianos and nothing else. But if we have a little extra time, we'll mess around in the house, you know what I'm saying? We'll go into the refrigerator, take all their Chobani yogurt, you know what I'm saying? We'll log on to their premium Spotify account and listen to the greatest DMX song of all time, the one where he goes, y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here. Y'all know the scripture. It's the greatest DMX song of all time because when you listen to the punctuation more closely, DMX goes up in here, question mark, ... up in here, period. Which means that it's in the ellipses that DMX realizes it is in fact here, you know what I'm saying? That he's supposed to lose his mind. So of course that begs the question, what is it that happened to DMX in that ellipses that gave him that sense of self-realization? Now me personally, I postulate this is DMX asking us, the listener, to make the distinction between the ego and the self, right? And it's only once we discard the ego, we can fully realize ourselves up in here, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, I digress. Back to robbing this piano. Now we gotta grab that piano by hand and grab it 7 miles back to the bus stop, all right? Now we have practiced this, y'all. We have got to be at that bus stop out at 11 a.m. sharp, because if we miss that bus, we're going to be stuck on the side of the road for the next 2 weeks waiting for the next one to show up. And we all know Chobani yogurt cannot survive 2 weeks of direct sunlight. That's not how it works, those live and active cultures, all right? Now, once we get back to the new Cobb County MARTA station, we'll be waiting for the train to arrive. So while we're doing that, we'll gather around my iPhone and we'll watch the Netflix original movie, The Princess Switch, starring Vanessa Hudgens of High School Musical fame. Now, in the movie The Princess Switch, starring Vanessa Hudgens of High School Musical fame, Vanessa Hudgens plays two identical strangers, which is a stretch given her acting ability. All right? Now, I'm not trying to throw any shade at Vanessa Hudgens at all. I'm just stating the facts. But that's not the weird thing about the movie. When you watch the movie, you see that Vanessa Hudgens, both identical strangers, have the same hand tattoo in the movie. It's something that they messed up, I don't know. But if you Google Vanessa Hudgens, Netflix, Princess Switch, same hand tattoo, question mark, it'll come up, I promise you. Do it on your way home today. Anyway, the point is they never address it in the movie. It's never talked about. So the whole time you're in your head, you're like, well, if I met an identical stranger, that's probably the first thing we talk about. They never talk about it. So am I weird, you know what I'm saying? Are my communication styles what keeping me from other things in life? Anyway, the point is by this point, the train should show up, all right? Now, once you're on the train, that's when things are gonna get dangerous, all right? You're gonna be a black man riding a MARTA train, holding a piano with your bare hands, all right? So be prepared for someone to walk up to you and ask you, excuse me, sir, are you Stevie Wonder, all right? And the answer is always yes. Thanks, y'all, that's that character. I appreciate y'all, that was fun. Yeah. You know, I love events like this. I love, you know, just hearing from such brilliant people as yourselves. I love learning. I think that's just one of my favorite things to do is to learn about them and then process them through comedy. I feel like, you know, and I feel like education is just super important, you know, and I hate hearing about how they don't want to teach like history in schools. I think that's messed up, you know what I'm saying? I think you need to talk about like race and racism in every class, not just like English or history. We need to talk about like race and racism like in Spanish class. It affects all aspects of society, you know, like in Spanish 101, like, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? La biblioteca no está aquí, porque gentrification. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and it's not just about like all doom and gloom either, you know what I'm saying? Like, I love the teachers that I had growing up, but I felt like, you know, when they discussed, you know, black history, there wasn't enough like, it wasn't infused with enough joy. It was like all doom and gloom. It can't really be like that in my opinion. You know, like when I was growing up, this is how they teach black history. Like, let's say right here was the year 1619, and the other end of the rug was present day. This is how they be teaching black history when I grew up, all right? No! Oh God, no, why? Oh no! 8 years of Obama. No! Can't be doing that. We need these things. We need context is important. You keep taking context out of things, it doesn't make any sense at all. Like, this is my impression. This is my impression of Underground Railroad reenactors, all right? After the crackdown on DEI and they can no longer mention slavery, all right? I realize that's a lot of steps to an impression, but this is my impression of an Underground Railroad reenactor after the crackdown on DEI and they cannot mention slavery in any way. This is what it would look like. Quick, come on, you guys, hurry. Harriet Tubman's coming to save us from our unpaid internship and scene. That don't make no sense, you know? And I feel like there's all kinds of ways, you know what I'm saying, to like learn stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I think you can learn from like comedy. I think you can learn from fun movies. You can even learn from like the greatest movie. You can teach history however you want. You can even learn history like in the greatest movie of all time, National Treasure 2, starring Nicolas Cage. Exactly right. I believe National Treasure 2, starring Nicolas Cage, is the greatest movie of all time. Some of y'all might not agree. Some of y'all might not even have seen the movie, and that's okay. But in order to understand the greatness of National Treasure 2, you need to have some context. So, National Treasure 2 is a sequel to the movie National Treasure 1, in which Nicolas Cage and his team of treasure hunters used their knowledge of American history to find the national treasure. So that movie made a bunch of money, and so because it did, they decided that there was another one. There was another national treasure, you know what I'm saying? So for the sequel, they're just like, hey, Nick Cage, you already made us, the studios, a bunch of money, so for the sequel, you can just be yourself, you know? And if you've never seen Nick Cage like truly being himself, like in his element, what that means is for the entirety of the movie, he's just like doing these stream of conscious monologues that make not a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? He's just like riffing, he's improvising through the whole movie. You know, for example, like a typical scene in the movie National Treasure 2, Nick Cage, his team of treasure hunters, they'll be looking for the second national treasure. They'll come across like an old scroll that was left behind by one of the founding fathers, and it'll have a riddle to lead them to like the next step in their adventure. scripture, and it's always something very cryptic, like the founding fathers always went left, right? And everyone on screen, they're stumped. They don't know what that means. They don't know what to do. Everyone except for Nick Cage, who pops out from behind the bush, and he's like, we gotta go to London, just like that, like something ridiculous out of context. And they're like, what, Nick Cage, what are you talking about? And he's like, oh, I didn't know I said that out loud. And then he has to backtrack to justify everything that he just said. He's like, oh, the riddle says the founding fathers always went left. We gotta go to London. Isn't it obvious? The founding fathers always went left. The key word is left, left, left. What's the opposite of left? Right. Left and right, left and right. Those are both directions. Left, right, up, down. Left, right, up, down, start. That's a video game cheat code. I love video games. Video games, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. What American icon rapped about having a Super Nintendo and a Sega Genesis at the same time? Notorious B.I.G. 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 Letters. Where do letters come from? Sesame Street, Sesame Street. Jim Henson. Jim Henson is the Muppet Master. The word master rhymes with the word blaster. A blaster shoots things like bullets or water. Who shoots water? Squirtle. Squirtle is a Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon is Pikachu. Pikachu as in the letter U, as in you, Soldier Boy. Crank that, crank that, crank that. What do you crank? Machines, machines. The Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution started in London, and that's the entire movie. That's the whole movie. Y'all, I think that's my time. I appreciate y'all. My name is Mark. Yeah, appreciate it. I'm with Cool Productions. Y'all been great. Yeah, I'll see y'all. Thank you so much.
Give it up one more time for Mark Kendall. We are big proponents for the role of arts in mental health, and I know that was good for my mental health. So thank you for that, Mark. Up next, we have a panel focusing on the role of advocacy in advancing mental health. So please join me in welcoming Polly McKinney, Whitney Griggs, Vera Salzburn, and our moderator, Caitlin Ward.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and I don't know how we're gonna follow up that, but thank you all for being here today with us. As a reminder for those who are new in the audience, my name is Caitlin Ward. I'm a senior program associate here at the Carter Center for our mental health programs, focusing on advocacy and state policy. Advocacy refers to public support for a recommendation or a particular cause or policy. Here in Georgia, advocacy is the reason we are a leader in mental health policy. Today, we are going to discuss the value in mental health advocacy on the federal, state, and local level. Here today, I have 3 leaders in this space. I have Whitney Griggs, who is the Director of Health Policy at Georgians for a Healthy Future. Polly McKinney, who is the Advocacy Director at Voices for Georgians Children, and Vera Salzburn, who is the Director of Impact at Media Center of the Coastal Empire. Before we get started, I wanted to remind you all to please write down your questions and to raise your hand, and somebody from our group will come around and collect them for us. But also, before we get started, I wanted to give our panelists time to introduce themselves and speak a little bit about their role in mental health advocacy. So I'm gonna go down the line. So Whitney, you can kick us off.
As Caitlin mentioned, oh, sorry.
It should be on.
I'm just used to talking really loud. How about now?
Oh.
Okay, oh, dead battery, exclamation point. Here you go. Okay, hi, I'm Whitney. I'm the Director of Health Policy with Georgians for a Healthy Future. GHF is a nonprofit policy and advocacy organization focused on ensuring that all Georgians had the ability to live their healthiest lives possible. And as a shock to no one in this room, access to mental health care is a key component of that. GHF has been working on mental health care in some variety for a long time now. It started out working on Medicaid billing, wonky things for kids to get substance use screening, and transformed into advocating for mental health parity, which we talked about today. And we played a key role in the passage of HB 1013, and very lucky that we get to work with Polly and her organization on a lot of these issues too.
Thank you. I think we have a new mic. So, hi, I'm Polly, Advocacy Director at Voices for Georgia's Children and partner at Lexicon Strategies. So Voices is, for those of you that are not familiar, is an organization that kind of covers all things children. We're, again, a nonprofit policy and advocacy organization like Georgians for a Healthy Future. And our role in children's mental health in particular, and also family mental health, is because you can't really progress all of those other things that kids need to achieve and families need to achieve without good mental health and mental health services. So I would say it touches everything we do. We also work at the Capitol. We lobby our delegation in DC. We have a robust research team and house the Georgia Statewide After School Network, which is increasingly involved in mental health stuff for kids. And gosh, and my boss is sitting out in the audience, and I feel bad because I can't remember our mission statement. Judy Fitzgerald, who used to be commissioner of the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, and is now our boss. So that's the biggest thing, honestly. But that's kind of us.
Yeah. Vera.
Hello, everyone.
Oh.
Thank you.
Having some mic issues. Sorry about that, guys.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vera Salzburn, currently Director of Impact at the Mediation Center of the Coastal Empire and outgoing Executive Director of the Chatham County Safety Net Planning Council. And my role in the community has been and will continue to be overseeing, think of it as public health, mental health programming for youth and adults, and working a lot of times with diverse organizations from our local police departments, Chatham and City, with our hospital systems, working with the school district and a myriad of nonprofit organizations, really implementing various training that support awareness building around adverse childhood experiences, trauma-informed practices, focusing on resiliency, focusing on self-compassion and mindfulness practices, and all of that is through the doorway of suicide prevention. So I will maybe have a chance to talk later about this, but suicide prevention is something I've been working in for the past 9 years, and I think of it as the mother of all programs. And that work really informed us with why we're doing what we're doing and continues to inform us. So thank you.
Thank you, ladies. I'm going to kick off the first question to you, Vera. The first question I have for you all is, how do you define effective mental health advocacy at the state, federal, or local level? And how does your organization approach this work?
Thank you. I was thinking about this question when we received questions in advance. And then I just had to sit with myself and thinking in my heart, what do I really want to say? And I want to quote my therapist, who said, awareness leads to insight, and insight leads to change. And our role in our community, yes, is to build awareness on the individual level for people to understand their own suffering, and for them to understand how they personally have been affected by their own family history, by their own experiences and traumas, and how that translates into their work or their choices, the way they are able to or not engage in different relationships. And that leads to insights on leadership levels. For instance, for some agencies that we're able to work with their leadership groups, and helping leaders understand, oh, this is why I do what I do, and this is how I affect people or would like to affect people. And that leads to them rethinking about maybe some human resource policies in their organizations. And maybe that leads to further work on the city and county level, which it actually does. So, but that's really what I think about in terms of effective mental health advocacy, starting with an individual, and then it just triples up to the rest. Thank you.
Perfect. Whitney, do you want to go next? Oh, do we have another dead mic?
We have. Sorry. Thank you. Now I have two mics. Okay, good. Yeah, thanks. Once I hold this mic long enough, it too will break. Yes, as Vera mentioned, we got these questions ahead of time and was able to noodle a little bit on this. What is effective advocacy? And I think for a lot of us in this room who do advocacy work, we think about, well, what do we have to tell a funder? What does a funder want to see for the advocacy work that we're doing? Sometimes they just want to see very specific things, and then sometimes you have to, kind of put all the pieces together. But if you can really have the opportunity like this to step back and think about it, what does advocacy mean, and what does advocacy for mental health really mean? And to kind of start off the answer, I think that that advocacy in general is combining effective storytelling and data sharing to create policy change. And there's another step that goes along with that, which involves staying at the table to see that policy change through. So as the data policy person at GHF, I'm always slightly heartbroken when legislators are like, 10-page data spreadsheet of like, look at all this great data I have. It's telling you what you need to know. And they're like, don't have time, don't care, don't understand. But when we can combine that with someone who has a really powerful story, especially for mental health, that changes. So now you're not going in with boring data, you're going in with a data point and a living example of this data point. And I think that's one of the things that really helped HB 1013. So many people's lives have been impacted by not having access to mental health. We heard a lot of really powerful stories, and that helps cut through the stigma that comes with mental health advocacy, because that is what makes this advocacy so different from advocacy for other issues. There's no stigma around primary care. There's no stigma around like breaking your arm. But unfortunately, we still live in a world where there is stigma around mental health, and that's why we need these parity laws. And then staying at the table, really, the easy part is the policy change. The hard part is seeing that through and making sure that the policy achieves what we hope that it will, which is why there's a whole panel on parity implementation. And I think that that's really GHF's model and approach to advocacy in general, is get that powerful combo of data and stories together to get that change, but then make sure you see it through to the end.
Well, you guys have covered a lot of stuff. Advocacy, for me, is something that is so broad. It's one of those things that's ubiquitous, right? It's whether you're advocating, like I was advocating about mental health to my 94-year-old mother this weekend. Which is, I don't know if you get more local than that. And at the same time next week, I'll be in DC advocating on mental health issues for our congressional delegation. And the thread that I find the most common, whether I'm working on mental health issues in DC, whether I'm working on after-school issues at our state capitol, whether I'm working on anything, is relationship. So I guess if I had to sum up what I think advocacy is for mental health or anything, is meeting somebody where they are and bringing them where you want them to be. And that, to me, means relationship. It means being trusted. That means having your data straight, having your story straight. But mostly it's that one-on-one interface with somebody who holds power over some decision that has to be made. And I think that when I think about all of the work that everyone in this room really has done, to me, successful advocacy is the constant effort it takes to have those interpersonal relationships, the constant effort it takes to do a cold call and introduce yourself, and to befriend somebody who you may not really feel like befriending sometimes, just to be honest. But to understand that we're dealing, it's human to human. Like, the humans are the ones making these decisions. Everybody has their own baggage, everybody has their own thing. And I think, were it not for really everybody, I'm just going to say everybody in this room, I don't know all of you personally, but I know a lot of you. And I think about 15 years ago when I started with Voices, how when somebody, and you guys have heard me say this, but when somebody said the word trauma, they were talking about a car crash south of Macon. They were talking about a stroke, a car crash, a broken femur, like whatever. And now, across our country, when people say trauma, we are talking about something that is happening to some person's mind. And that is effective advocacy. And it takes time, and it takes perseverance, and it takes listening to each other and trusting that if you just keep at it, you can get there. Anyway, that's all I got.
No, that was very insightful. And I feel like that really leads me into our next question. And I'll start with you, Polly, on this one. In your view, what is the biggest gap in Georgia's mental health system or policy right now, and that advocates should be addressing? It's a pretty loaded question.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to say workforce. I don't know what anybody else in this room would say, but I think workforce has been the challenge with many children's issues. But we certainly see it in trying to get services for people, and we see sort of, because workforce is an intersection of policy and opportunity, but it's also, you have to have the individuals out there who want to do it and want to do it where it needs to be done. And I think that, to me, that's the biggest thing that needs advocacy at all levels. We need funding to pay for graduate school, like we need help with that. We need livable places where you can afford to live somewhere so that you can work there, and that have just enough going on to keep people who would want to work in those communities wanting to live there for their own families and their own lives. And I think that that's something that is gonna, to me, that's the biggest rub.
Amazing. Whitney or Vera, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you for sharing. I think traditional answer a lot of times comes up as access to care. And when I was thinking about this, I thought about how our programming and our efforts have been overcoming this access to care piece. And it's really by being creative and making mental health fun. So the previous speaker brought some really energy up, which I really appreciated that. And that's the direction of our work, has been bringing the energy up. For instance, we have a youth-based program that's innovative. Nobody else is doing it in Georgia. Please invite us, we'll come do it for you. But it's based on improvisation and theater, and it uses trauma-drama curriculum, which professional trained improvisers who are also trained in this curriculum go into schools, go into homeless youth shelters, and work with kids to help them overcome complex trauma and build resiliency. To me, that's access, because those kids otherwise wouldn't have an opportunity to participate in a therapeutic program. And it's also fun. Another example would be, we have programming in trauma-sensitive yoga. So we build a trauma-sensitive yoga coalition of yoga instructors who are certified to 100-hour yoga instructors, and they have added component of trauma-informed practice. And we use, those resources and work with those professionals to, again, provide programming for youth and adults, from our homeless women's shelters to children in mental health facilities and schools. And my personal passion in this life is talking about and practicing and providing training in mindful self-compassion, which is a beautiful resource and a beautiful program that helps people build the skill of self-kindness. And to me, again, this is not a therapy, but it's very therapeutic. And a lot of times people who participate in that program, whether it's a short course one day or an 8-week program, they get to dive into some thoughts or emotions or sensations in the physical body that they maybe haven't dove into before, or get in touch with something they haven't got in touch with, and hold that with tenderness and compassion for themselves. So that's what I know, and that's what I guess would like to promote, is being creative with how we provide that access to mental health care.
No, that's super great. I really appreciated that. Whitney, do you have, I think we got a second mic.
Oh,
there we go.
Microphone. Okay. Yeah, he's like, thanks. So I will just layer off of what both Polly and Vera have said. And, workforce really is Georgia's chokehold. We are not going to be able to make meaningful strides in behavioral health care until we can address our behavioral health workforce shortage. And to put a bit of a finer tip on that, 150 of our 159 counties are designated as mental health professional shortage areas. That's like, yes, we have a lot of counties, and so that number is always gonna be like, whoa, but that is pretty significant. And 77 of those counties have no full-time practicing psychiatrists, so no one who is medically trained to treat mental health issues with all of the tools in the toolbox. That impacts the ability to implement, the parity provisions. It, really hampers our ability to do much. And, to Polly's point, there are so many ways that go into fixing that. But I think my hope is that, Georgia will really start to make some real strides in addressing workforce. We can do things like increase provider reimbursement rates, make it more attractive to, see patients with Medicaid. And I think that if we can loosen that chokehold a bit, we will see some pretty positive changes.
Thank you. My next question is more directed towards Whitney and Polly, but Vera, please feel free to chime in if you have thoughts on it. We all sitting up here play a role in advocacy here in Georgia through our work. However, this work might seem difficult to get involved with. What advice would you give to community members who want to engage with state legislators on mental health issues, especially during our legislative session?
Okay. I have a working mic. I'm not gonna stop talking. So my recommendation is like 3 ones. So have one ask that you want to bring to legislators. With that one ask, have one compelling data point that supports why you need this ask, and then one compelling local story. Ideally, yours or someone you know or someone that you can connect with the legislator to really have it hammer home and have this legislator sit face to face with someone who is impacted by a particular policy or lack of policy. That keeps it specific and that keeps it concise, because legislators during legislative session have very short attention spans. There's a lot happening, but if you can deliver your message and your ask effectively with quick tie-ins, they're really gonna listen and they're gonna remember you. And effective engagement during legislative session starts way before legislative session, because again, there's a lot happening in those 40 days, and getting anyone's attention is really, really difficult. So if you know that there is a particular policy change you want to ask for, or even just an issue you want to raise with your legislators, start meeting with them now and start raising this issue. Have it so they know your face when they see you in the Capitol. And even if they might not remember your name, they're like, oh, that's the person that's gonna talk to me about mobile crisis units, or that's the person who's gonna talk to me about school therapists. That's also why it's incredibly important to always be polite and deferential and respectful, because it's much easier to get remembered for something, for a bad conversation or something that really irks the legislator than it is for the good things. So you don't want that to be how they recognize your face. And I would also say the last point too is don't get overwhelmed by the legislative process itself. you are the expert, you know this issue. The legislators are not experts. There used to be this joke we would tell about how the legislators, they're just like part-time legislators, and for a while there was a pine straw farmer in the state legislature. Like, he knows pine trees and pine straw, but he doesn't know behavioral health care, so you can educate them. And the process is intentionally obtuse to keep people from engaging. So trust yourself, trust what you know, and as much as you can, try to kind of understand the ebb and flow of legislative session, but don't be overwhelmed by it.
Well, Whitney said a whole lot of stuff I was going to say, so I'm going to say other things. First, probably the most important thing is reach out now. I mean, I know we're talking about legislative session, but it is busy, and now and into the fall is a great time to sort of email your legislator, or call the office and ask them to call you back, ask to have a coffee. The other thing I would say is during session, all of the stuff Whitney said, yes, but get there early, because earlier in the session is a lot slower and a lot less crazy, and everybody's a lot less tired than later in the session. So if you want to make points or work on a relationship, early is a little bit better because you have more, it's just logistics, you have more opportunity. Again, I think one of the things that can be most effective is relationships and having entree. And with that, there is a responsibility as an elected person, right, to hear the constituents, to, have a meeting with you or talk to you at the ropes outside of the House chamber or whatever that is. But there's also a responsibility on us to be good listeners also, and to read the newspaper and to know what's going on in our state. I can't begin to tell you how often people show up and they lobby about things that have already happened. And that's hard. You're probably already successful or not, I don't know, but I would say do your best to know what's going on. Read the paper, have a good news feed that covers local Georgia news, because the lawmakers in Georgia and the lawmakers in DC follow the AJC, they follow the Marietta Daily Journal, they follow the Savannah thing that I forget. Yes, Savannah Morning News. They follow those things, and they're the ones that are making decisions. They hold the power, so they're making decisions for all of us. So you don't have to be like a maverick at it, but at least kind of have a general familiarity with who the speaker is and all of that. And then the other recommendation I would make that is sort of a responsibility on us, in addition to being respectful, is try not to make assumptions about someone. Inevitably, because of politics, there's going to be political maneuvering. That's just how it is. It's always going to be there. Nobody's too good for it. It's dirty and yucky, but we all got to live with it. There's political maneuverings in families, even, and in churches and in universities and all that. And the State House is no different. So given that, I think it's also important not to, when you meet with a lawmaker, even if they're not someone you voted for, don't assume that they don't want to do good things. A lot of times they want to do good things and they just don't know what good looks like. And so if you give somebody a little bit of deference and a little bit of benefit of the doubt when you meet them, your relationship with them will be stronger, they will hear you better, you will hear them better, and they will be more honest with you. And so that would be my advice.
Yeah, go for it, Vera, if you have.
I would like to add a couple of thoughts. One thought, breathe. When you speak with anyone in legislation or leadership, just see if you can rest and relax your own body, and it will help their brain relax and their physical body relax, and they're more likely to integrate the information and understand what you are asking them for. Another thought is go to the library or online and get this book. It's called The Thin Book of Trust. It's by Charles Feltman. And if this is promotion of a product, then don't do that. I didn't say it. I don't know. But find other ways to build skills in building trust quickly and effectively with individuals. So Charles Feltman talks about trust building in these 4 areas. You need to show care, you need to have competence, you need to be sincere, and you need to be reliable. And all four must be present. You might be very competent, but if you don't show up as sincere or caring, people are not going to trust you. Or you can care really deeply, and you may be reliable about doing things that you say you're doing, but you might not be competent. And that also takes away from trust. So just think about how you can enhance in your personal journey on those levels. And then if you're like me and you're actually scared about talking to legislators, don't do it. And ask partner organizations that are really good at doing that. For instance, for us, we're part of the Resilient Georgia, which Dr. Emily and Val was here earlier. And our work informs their work and their advocacy efforts. So they would be the ones to bring to the right people the right information, and we just do the work and share our results with them. So, thank you.
Thank you, guys. My next question kind of spurs from one thing that I feel like keeps getting touched on in each of the questions, which is those with lived experiences and community voices. So my question for you guys is, the mental health policies that we advocate for directly affect ourselves, our loved ones, and our community. Due to that, what role do community voices and those with lived experiences play in influencing local leaders or government decisions in mental health? I can start with you, Vera.
So when I think about the role of voices, I think about specific scenario. We 8 years ago decided to implement community-wide suicide prevention programming by providing training and education and awareness building around suicide prevention in our community. And our first group of people that we did that with were our local educators. So we did a lot of training and we collected feedback, the post-training surveys and things like that. And what we heard from educators was, okay, you are teaching us those intervention skills, but what about how can we help our students and ourselves before we are in crisis? What about that primary prevention? So we started looking at the comprehensive model for suicide prevention and best practices for prevention and post-prevention, and that's why one initiative turned into 5. I will just never forget that decision as our team made based on those voices from the educators who were really honest about what they needed, and it helped us design solutions based on that feedback. So that to me is the value of collecting feedback, reflecting on it, and doing something about it.
Thank you. Also, I think all the mics should be working, so we can try to not pass. Let's see. Whitney, you want to try?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Now I have to answer the question, I guess. The role of lived experience. From an advocacy perspective, I really think that lived experience takes an issue from abstract for decision makers to urgent. So a legislator might have, no idea what a behavioral health bill does. They might not understand the terms, but they might sit on the committee that's gonna get that bill out onto the floor of their chamber. Or they might think that they know what an issue is, or have one expectation for it, and having someone share their lived experience may totally change the way they think about something. It is always, always, always easier to understand an issue when there is a human component to it. It goes back to that storytelling component. You can have all the data in the world, but that human impact is what's really powerful. But I think it's also important to say that, especially when we're talking about our own mental health care, it can be scary or a lot to ask of someone to share their experience. We've talked about stigma. That is a very real thing. It can just be hard to talk about when you experience a significant mental health challenge. So I don't want folks to feel like you can't be an effective advocate if you're not willing to step up and share your story. You don't have to go into the deep delves with legislators about all of the things that you've experienced. But if you can take a small component of that and talk about perhaps how being in recovery, improved your life, or this stigma that you felt and how that's been challenging for you. If you're able to share a little piece of that, I think that can go a really long way. And the impact that you're able to have is just really profound. I don't think either one of them are in the room, but Roland Bain and Jeff Breedlove are very, very good at sharing their personal stories. And you don't need to be that level of professional about it, but if you ever get a chance to kind of sit in a room with them and hear kind of the stories that they share, you're able to really understand the impact that stories and lived experience can have. And I think that was a really major component of getting the mental health omnibus bill passed back in 22.
I think all of our lived experiences and many others are the why we do this work. I think that's sometimes true even for lawmakers. They have their own, whatever they may be, lived experiences of why they do this work. It may not be how they do the work, to Whitney's point, but the why is really important and drives a lot of why a lot of us get up in the morning. I will say, as far as advocacy goes, there are a lot of ways to show how important something is to you without bearing your soul. Now, I think finding groups of people who have a shared why or a similar why is really important. And in numbers, there is power. And in sharing those, being part of a group, creating your own lived experience group, having your own peer support, where you can strategize who knows who and who can share what, and say, I represent, the one person who is comfortable, to your point, going to the Capitol or going to to DC to say, I represent, 50 people who have similar stories who, want to do this. That's really important to kind of design your phalanx. I do think that, Voices for Georgia's Children is a children's organization, and so it can be a very precarious place for young people. And let's be honest, infants and toddlers can't really share their lived experience because they're like babies, so there's that. But I think that relaying the humanity of what's happening can be done in a way so that people can have a feeling. And all of the data in the world is, I hate to say it, and it's probably especially now, is always trumped by feelings. Like you can have all of these points and people will still refer back to a story, to a personal feeling that they have from a story or from their own lives to make a policy. And so to that extent, what I would say is lived experience drives probably almost everything. And it's not necessarily lived experience of a mental health order or of a, God forbid, a crisis like Appalachia, or, it's not always those lived experiences that drive policy. It's the feelings from all different kinds of lived experiences. And so if that gives you a feeling of power, it should, because it means that if you can relate to a person, again, back to relationship, and help them have a feeling that they can sort of feel a little bit of ownership in, even if it's your experience, because they themselves have another lived experience, you can go many, many miles. And you can do it through advocacy in terms of in-person stuff. You can write letters. You can simply tell them you have a feeling that something's important. You don't even have to say why. You can record things so that you don't have to re-traumatize yourself every time you want to go in front of someone, but you feel like it's important to do. And share those increasingly through the internet and all of that. But it's the why. It's the why of all that we do, I think.
Thank you, ladies. That was very touched my heart and very much why I do this work. So I really appreciate that. To kind of switch gears a little bit, my next question is for you, Vera. Since Whitney, Polly, and I do a lot on the state level advocacy, I really wanted to focus my next question for you on the local advocacy, why we have you up here to give that perspective. So do you have an example of a local advocacy effort that could be scaled or replicated in other parts of the state?
Thank you. We do multiple examples. I will start with one that I think is quite powerful and positive. As part of the Resilient Georgia collaborative, we have in Savannah-Chatham, coastal Georgia region, a Resilient Coastal Georgia collaborative. And that work involves working with multiple organizational leaders from multiple sectors, from, again, law enforcement, first responders, to court systems, to nonprofit sector, including local government, city and county. And as the result of our collaborative work, result of a lot of training and a lot of building of that awareness, peace, understanding, we now have policies in place, both in the city and county, for organizations applying for city funding and county funding. Now it is highly recommended, and it's included in the memorandum of understanding for the contract with city and county, highly recommended that key staff and leadership will be trained in trauma-informed practices. So I think that's a big win for us, and moving forward, we hope that it will maybe even go a little bit further from highly recommended to mandatory. I don't know if that's a good word. And another part of that advocacy is that organizations are also now and that is required to take organizational assessment on where they are in terms of being trauma sensitive, trauma responsive, trauma informed. It is not to say to punish organization and say, well, you will not get funding if you scale here or here. It's mainly to see, oh, okay, this is where you are. These are the resources that we can offer you through, the mediation center or through Gateway Community Service Board that maybe you will be interested in as an organization to participate in. So this is one example.
Thank you for that. And before I get into our last question, I just wanted to let everybody have a chance to write down their question and just raise your hand, and somebody from our staff will pick it up. So I will get into our last question, which is, if you had a magic wand and could change one thing about mental health advocacy or policy, what would it be? And I'll let whichever one wants to take it first to go.
Thanks, Polly. Okay, this is a very impressive magic wand. So just center yourself on that. If I could wave a magic wand, I would create a dedicated, reliable funding stream for mental health services in the state. Something like what we have for 911, like, I don't know, every ChatGPT search has a fee that goes to state mental health services. This is a magic wand, so you're gonna have to suspend reality for a minute. To allow us to invest in, maybe at the ground level, starting out with our crisis care and ensuring that we can at least get Georgians who are in need of intensive crisis services the care they need, and not board them in emergency rooms, so we can staff our 988 lines appropriately and have the calls answered all of the time. And once we get that, then build up to the next step, and the next step, I don't know, increase provider reimbursement rates. Again, big magic wand, but just really allowing a dedicated funding stream, so the funding is reliable, generally what you're getting, and we can invest in the infrastructure and the workforce that we need.
Okay, I'll go next. So Yes, I feel like we're like in this like genie's bottle, like the lamp, you know, where like this is the second wish. I think what funding is a give me, like that's for sure. But I also think that it's important, if I had a wand and I could wave it and have anything happen, what I would do is I would try to wave it over our country or the world and make sure that people realize that government is not about profit making, it's about taking care of people. And I think that if we could get people to think of it more that way, in that it's governing human beings and you know, our planet, I think that's what I would wish for. And that's a big, tall ask, right? But yeah, government is not out to make, like the post office shouldn't have to make a profit, right? Because it's about getting our mail to us. And I think that if we thought that way about everything that we do in government, I think people would be more willing to invest in it.
Thank you. This is the question that I could not come up with the answer until just a moment ago. And thank you for sharing, Polly, what you just did. And it inspired me to go this direction. I would love for every person in the political field who has a political power or influence to have an opportunity to go to a 3, now maybe 5-day meditation training on compassion and sit in the meditation training, sit with their own suffering and sit with the suffering of the communities and the world, and see what their compassionate action would be like as a result of that. That's really what I would love for them to do.
I think those are all great answers, and I wholeheartedly agree with all 3 of them. Do we have any questions? Oh, perfect. Okay, our first question is, what do you think is the most effective way to connect communities that have the same goal when it comes to improving mental health together?
Okay. We were gonna rock, paper, scissors over here again. Hopefully this is answering in the spirit of the question, but I think finding a common thread even a bit more than an interest or a passion for mental health, finding some common need or common policy change that you're advocating for can bring communities together that on paper may look nothing alike, but it's kind of amazing when you're down at the Capitol. It's almost like a musical chairs of, you know, which groups are working together on which issues, and groups that, you know, that got the insurers and the providers, some against the advocates, sometimes the advocates and the insurers against it. Like it all flips around because there is something in common. So I would say find what that common thread is. And again, going back to, you know, make sure it's concise. Don't totally kind of pull something out of the air that requires a lot of explanation, but find that common ground. And even better, A+, if you can find that common ground with a legislator that you need to move on an issue.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also would say make it easy. I mean, people are busy, and so if you find that common ground, think about who your common ground is with, and if they need childcare, so you guys can have a meeting. Have a meeting. If everybody needs to throw in and order pizza, so people can have the meeting at dinner time or at lunchtime, do that. I think that people are so busy and so stretched so thin that be really creative about how easy you can make it. How easy can you make the information? How fun, even if it's not fun information. That's what I would really recommend.
Thank you. And just to understand the question again, so what we recommend for communities that maybe have the same goal already?
Yeah.
I think, and I'm going to quote Brené Brown. Do you know Brené Brown?
Yeah.
Okay. She says, clear is kind and unclear is unkind. And to me, that translates into relationship building. So being very, very clear at what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. And for you, what are you really good at and what do you not want to do at all? Because that just is not your passion and you just don't want to do it. And the more people we can find and be very clear on, okay, this person is really good with marketing. I don't know. This person is really good with relationship building, or this person is really good at newsletters. Sometimes I find myself being all of these people, and then it just becomes, spread thin, and you lose quality. So I just think that being very clear on what we want and what we don't want, and what we can and cannot do.
Amazing. And quickly, just the last question, because since we only had two, do you all have any specific advice for advocacy initiatives or tips for families of children with intellectual developmental disabilities?
I mean, it's know that I think people understand how hard that is to navigate. And again, back to making things easy and attainable. I guess my biggest tip is to find people, in the Georgia Council for Developmental Disabilities is a great organization that does very powerful work at the Capitol. I would say line up behind organizations that you believe in, that understand what you are going through and what your family needs, and coalesce, because advocating is exhausting. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, it's everybody here's like, yeah, it's exhausting. And so you have to find economies of scale. And I think that would be my greatest advice really for all of this, is find economies of scale, because they can be just as powerful as individual people, or sometimes more powerful, and it can save you a lot of wear and tear on yourself, on your family relationships, on missing your kid's school play or whatever it is. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Well, we just ran out of time, so I'm going to leave that on you, Polly. Thank you, ladies, so much for being here. And I also want to say thank you to Vera. It is her birthday today. So very, very pleased that you said yes to coming to this on your birthday. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much to our panelists for that really engaging discussion and demonstrating just how important advocacy is when promoting accessible mental health care for all. Now we will hear some recorded remarks from United States Representative Buddy Carter.
Hello everyone, I'm Congressman Buddy Carter, and I have the honor and privilege of representing the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. The 1st Congressional District of Georgia encompasses the entire coast of Georgia, and it's my home. It's where I've lived all my life and where I intend to live the rest of my life. We have a beautiful district, and if you haven't had the opportunity to visit, we'd love to have you. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak with you today, and while I wish I could be there with you in person, I'm glad that I can share some thoughts with you this way. Mental health impacts every single one of us. As a pharmacist, I've worked with thousands of patients battling mental illnesses and understand how critical it is that we address the mental health crisis our nation is facing. That's why today's event, the 29th Rosalynn Carter Georgia Mental Health Forum, is important, because it brings together great minds dedicated to a common goal of bettering mental health for all. Thank you all for your participation and dedication to this important cause. The Carter Center stands as a beacon of hope for those suffering from mental illness anywhere in the world. It's the product of the late Rosalynn Carter and her husband, the former President Jimmy Carter, and the many years of hard work that they dedicated to bettering the world. Its mission of waging peace, fighting diseases, and building hope has been impacting the lives of millions since its inception. It exemplifies one of the most admirable missions that Ms. Carter pursued tirelessly. During her life, she fought to end the stigma against mental health illnesses and to increase access to mental health care. That's why I introduced a bipartisan resolution to honor this important part of her life's work. There's no question that Ms. Carter has made Georgians proud. And though she is no longer with us, we are proud to continue carrying the torch in her memory. Her legacy also serves as an important reminder that advocacy works. It does. Each and every one of you has a role to play in improving mental health outcomes. One of those roles is to be in touch with your elected representatives at the federal, state, and local levels to help spur change. Congress is a citizen legislature, meaning citizens have a role to play. Make your voice heard and educate those in power about how to effectively move the needle on mental health in this country. Thank you all for spending your time here and working towards a better future for all. Once again, I thank you for inviting me to speak to y'all today. God bless you, God bless America, and God bless the state of Georgia.
Thank you so much, Representative Carter, for those remarks and for your commitment to moving Mrs. Carter's legacy forward. So we'll now move to our final panel of the day, last but certainly not least, focusing on the state of caregiving. So please join me in welcoming our panelists, Josh Carter, Dr. Eve Bird, Dr. Tony Miles, Director Brenda Sabulis, and Joel White, and I will moderate. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Everyone in the audience still out there? I know we've had a long day. So thank you so much for joining us for the State of Caregiving panel. I'm really honored to moderate this important conversation. Caregiving is the invisible backbone of our health and social systems. As Mrs. Carter herself famously said, there are only 4 kinds of people in the world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need caregivers. Whether it's family members, professionals, or community advocates, the caregivers are essential to the well-being of millions. Today we'll explore the current landscape of caregiving, the challenges caregivers are facing, and the opportunities that we have to better support them. We have an incredible and rather large group of panelists here who bring a wealth of experience and insight on caregiving. So I'm first going to ask each one to give a brief introduction of their work and through what lens they approach the topic of caregiving. I'll also ask that we just keep it fairly brief because we have questions for everyone and want to leave room for audience questions as well. So Dr. Bird, I will start with you, and for those who were not with us this morning, also ask you to share about the exciting news we have here at the Carter Center pertaining to caregiving.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm particularly excited about this panel. First being on this panel with Josh Carter and the rest of you all here. We are, as director of the mental health program, I can't tell you how thrilled I am to be in a position to help with the marriage of the Rosalynn Carter Institute for Caregiving and the mental health program at the Carter Center. It is such a real joy. RCI and the mental health program have worked together for about 7 years or so closely, and prior to that, on and off. And there's no doubt in my mind that this strong marriage and cohabitation under one roof will strengthen our work and move the priorities, our individual priorities, but are also our intersecting priorities. And they're really inextricable in so many ways, as Mrs. Carter recognized and would speak of so often. So just thrilled to that will be happening at the end of this June.
Thanks, Eve. We are very excited about this convergence of mental health and caregiving. Next, I'll ask Josh to introduce yourself. Josh is Mrs. Carter's grandson and a major advocate for caregiving.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, and I'm very happy to be here. And thank you for all sticking with me. So I am Josh Carter. I'm President Mrs. Carter's grandson, but I'm also a more or less lifelong caregiver. For those that don't know my grandmother's story, when she was 13 years old, her father died. And then when she was 14, her grandmother died, and she had an aging grandfather that moved into her house of 4. And my grandmother at 14 was helping her single mother take care of a full house of children plus an aging grandfather. And it was extremely difficult for her. In fact, she wrote in her book that she had a small private spot behind her house where she could go and hide and cry and collect herself from all the pressures that she felt as a young teenager. But even at that stage, she did not think of herself as caregiving. She thought that she was just doing part of what happens in a family. And it wasn't until she started campaigning for my grandfather for his run for governor that she met single parents that were taking care of households, that were taking care of family member with health care needs or mental health needs or whatever. And she realized that she was a caregiver when she was a young child, and she saw caregiving as a huge unmet challenge in the state of Georgia and in the country. And that is where the core of her advocacy started. And kind of similarly, my intro into caregiving started when I was in high school. My mom's mother came up to visit with me to celebrate I was going into 9th grade. And at dinner, she had a stroke. And after her stroke, she lost her short-term memory, and she could not remember anything longer than 5 minutes. And she was completely reliant on the family for all basic needs. And it took a huge toll on my mother. And because of my mom's experience, my grandmother invited her to be on the board of the Rosalynn Carter Institute for Caregivers, and that's when the RCI started the modules on memory care. And now, fast forward, more years now, I have a 7-year-old. I have a 12-year-old and a 7-year-old, almost 7. We're planning his 7th birthday. But when my youngest was 3 months old, he started showing symptoms of an extremely rare disease called very early onset inflammatory bowel disease. And it's like a toddler's version of Crohn's disease, only it's more aggressive and harder to treat. So for the next 2.5 years, my wife and I were in and out of doctor's offices, urgent cares, ERs, once or twice a week, every week for 2.5 years. And that ended, the big crisis kind of culminated into this event in September of 2020. My son's system completely crashed. And he was in the hospital for 40 days. And at that time, we did not know if we were going to have to remove his colon at 2 years old. Luckily, we tried 15 or so different medications through these past 2.5 years. We finally found one that works. But the cost of this medication, if you don't have insurance, that will cover it, is $24,241.98 a month, which is a lot. So we've had major challenges, major financial pressures, major stresses of us trying to figure out what to do with this disease. And it was so rare that we had no resources out there. We couldn't find anything about the disease. And it was such an impactful event of our life that my wife and I actually started an organization, a foundation called the VUIBD Foundation. It was the first and only organization dedicated to parents and caregivers of children suffering from this disease. So I have had the good fortune of going around the country with the Carter Center and with my own foundation. In fact, I was just speaking at the Boston Children's Rare Disease Conference a couple of weeks ago to advocate for caregivers there and caregivers here. So caregiving is extremely important. It defines my life in very, very impactful ways. So I'm excited to tell you all about it, and excited about the marriage of the RCI coming up to the Carter Center, because I think the Carter Center's core competency is we can zero in on a very specific question and get answers that other organizations are just not able to get. So I think as we bring caregiving into the Carter Center fold and family, we'll be able to accelerate the work that we've already started.
Thanks so much, Josh. Also joining us today is Dr. Tony Miles. Dr. Miles is the Pope Eminent Scholar at the Rosalynn Carter Institute for Caregivers. Dr. Miles, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, and I want to just shout out to the people online as well as the people in the room for hanging with us this afternoon. You never follow a better band. We are the best. So I am a physician researcher who retired from the University of Georgia College of Public Health, and I'm now a professor emerita. But in 2022, I joined RCI as the Pope Eminent Scholar. The Pope family supports a position for senior researcher to advance the science, basically, of caregiving. And so it's been my pleasure and honor to do that for the last 3 years. My work initially focused on bereavement and caregivers, and I'm not going to talk about that today, but I can in the Q&A if somebody wants to know. And our efforts have produced 5 peer-reviewed papers and some publicly facing publications. So you can get all of those by scanning the QR code that will appear later in this presentation. Family slide, please. I have another slide I want to show you, if it pops up. Because we all have the next one with all the cute people on it. Yeah. That is my family. I'm one of 6 kids. That is from my parents' 25th wedding anniversary. And my mother, the one who's wearing the white flowers, died about March 1st. And so all of us are still trying to process that event. And I promise I won't cry today, but I might. Anyway, so they were married for 72 years. And so now we are, what I like about that picture and why I show it to you is you see 6 kids, you see 6 future caregivers, which is one of the 4 kinds of people Mrs. Carter talked about. What we didn't know at the time, because, you know, we're all young and spunky, and I mean, I'm the only married person. No, there's 2 married people in that picture. We go on, even the boys become caregivers. We have the individual journey, in addition to caring for our parents. The individual journeys include a daughter born with cerebral palsy, a teenage boy with schizophrenia, 2 elderly mother-in-laws, a spouse disabled by military service, and a brother who died from AIDS. That is the future that awaits that group, and those are the 2 people who got us ready for that future. So I'm really proud of that team. And when Sarah and I talk, I'm going to give you more details about what I've been doing with RCI.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Miles. Next, we have Joel White. Joel is the founder and CEO of Horizon Government Affairs, based in Washington, D.C., and he has lately been our finger on the pulse of all things caregiving and mental health in D.C.
Well, thank you. It's really great to be here in Atlanta. We call it Hotlanta, or at least my wife does. She's from Mississippi. But I grew up in a low-income family in Connecticut, in a very rural area. And my father was a public school teacher, my mom was a nurse, and she spent 35 years coordinating home care for people who needed to stay in their homes or wanted to stay in their homes and not in a facility or an institution. And I saw the stress and the toll that 35 years took on my mom, and I asked myself almost weekly, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be an easier way to provide care to help people in their home. And so I decided I was going to go to Washington, D.C. and change the world. And so I hopped off to Washington. I spent 12 years on Capitol Hill, where I got to work on 9 different laws that were signed, and most of those were in the Medicare and Medicaid space. And the big one I got to work on was Medicare used to not cover prescription drugs, and that was a big problem. So helped write the law that created the Medicare prescription drug benefit, and now 68 million Americans can access prescription drugs that they need to stay and keep healthy. I thought that would at least get like a little applause, but it was a team-based effort. But then my wife said, why don't you go do something easier? So I started Horizon Government Affairs, and now we work with folks like the Carter Center, Schizophrenia and Psychosis Action Alliance, and others to keep an eye on Washington and to make sure that we're elevating opportunities to advocate for the things that we care about. In my personal life, I am a mental health advocate. I am in recovery. I run community-based recovery programs. I'm also a caregiver. My mom is still alive. She's 90 years old. I can tell you it is the most frustrating thing I've ever experienced, and I've worked in Congress. It is a problem. But it's also joyful because it makes me reflect on her life, but it's stressful and anxious, and it's sad, and I grieve over it, and it's really, really difficult. So I hope my personal experiences will inform my professional experiences. We get to do an excellent job for the whole community because, as Buddy Carter said, advocating, it's on all of us, right? We can all be advocates. We can all weigh in and help make the world a little bit of a better place. So thanks for letting me be here.
Thank you for being here, Joel. And finally, to round out our panel, we have Brenda Saboulis. Brenda is the Director of the Division of Behavioral Health at the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities.
Good afternoon. I am really glad to be here and part of this panel representing DBHDD. I'll just keep it short in terms of the fact that I think so many of us, myself included, go through episodes of caregiving with our family members or our friends. We may be caregivers for lifelong chronic disorders, disabling situations, more than familiar with everything from assisted living to memory care to functionally unable to care for self. I think the whole range is so complex, and I will tell you in the current role that I am in, so many families and individuals come forward to ask about caregiving with children with autism, caregiving with folks with, in their words, addiction, like lifelong addiction. How do you anticipate? How do you work with that? How do you support? What don't you support? With very chronic, very debilitating schizophrenia, all the way then to my teenager has anxiety. How am I a caregiver for everything that they go through? So some of these are walk-along situations. Some of these they're totally dependent physically. Some of these are a lot of reaching out for people who are going through things. I mean, we find ourselves, I think, in different spectrums of what caregiving really is. And then, of course, in our world, in behavioral health and SUD, there are so many individuals who have no caregiver. They've turned their backs, they're no longer there, they've been used up. And so then who becomes a caregiver? And is that a provider? Is that a neighbor? Is that someone who is paid to take care of folks? And then what are those circumstances? So I think that I think these are all challenging. but they're all necessary.
Thanks so much, Brenda. Josh, as someone with a deeply personal connection to caregiving in multiple dimensions, what is your vision for how we can better recognize and support caregivers?
Well, I think it's multifaceted. I think one of the things that my grandmother wanted to start, I think she has been successful, but I think that since COVID, there's a bigger opportunity is to identify as caregivers. I think one of the first challenges that caregivers have is realizing that they are a caregiver. Because people, myself included, my grandmother included, can find themselves in a role where they're spending a significant portion of their lives taking care of somebody else, someone they love, someone in their family, without recognizing that their role is actually a caregiving role. They just think, okay, well, this is just family. I'm just doing it, and I make everything else work. And I think that once you self-identify as a caregiver, once you realize that this is a significant role that you're putting on, then that opens the door to being able to find help, find resources, which leads into what the future looks like, finding help and resources. That's an extremely hard challenge for caregivers. Even if you can find the help, sometimes it's not available. If you can identify and you know exactly what you need, maybe that might not be available. I think one of the biggest challenges that I've had, if I were to see what Georgia might be able to do, what the United States might be able to do, what our governments can do, is help make things easier for people to take time out of their lives to caregive. Because it is hard, it is lonely, it is expensive. One of the major challenges that I had with my kid, for example, was any drop of a hat, I could be gone from work. I could get a phone call and have to leave and be in the hospital for a day or two. My boss was cool with it, which he was a father too. He was starting his family, and he understood the challenges that you have with not only raising a new family, but raising a new family with someone who is extremely sick. But I was lucky that my boss was good, because if he was not, then I would have had no protection. And caregivers that have no job protection, that don't have a boss that's agreeable to help, flex hours or just give you a little bit of breathing space, your jobs are at risk. And a lot of times, myself included, my insurance was at risk. So when my kid was the sickest, when he was hospitalized, my job was to keep insurance. That was the most important thing I could do for my family. And that's, my job should have been taking care of my kid. But instead, my job was making sure that I was employed to keep insurance. So I'm sitting here with my kid in the hospital working on spreadsheets to make sure that my boss is happy. I think that elevating the caregiver and understanding the challenges that we have, being able to bring those challenges to our legislatures can help with companies that can create caregiving policies ahead of any legislature change. And then our legislature understanding that caregivers need protection. We need insurance protection, we need job protection. If I had a fantastic health insurance policy that was available on the marketplace that I could buy that would cover my kids' stuff, I would buy it, but I don't. So I had to start my own company to buy group insurance, which is expensive. Like there are major challenges for being a caregiver in the family that could be alleviated by some of those tweaks in corporate policy, and with maybe an add-on to the Family Medical Leave Act. Those type of things is what I would like to see in the near-term future for caregivers.
Thank you. Those are all really great points. Dr. Miles, your research has shed light on the emotional and systemic impacts of caregiving. And behind us, we see these profiles of caregivers. Can you speak to the purpose of the caregivers' profiles and some of the imperative next steps in Georgia?
Thank you. I just want to support what Josh says. Caregivers are invisible. I would imagine, I'm not going to make you do it, but I would imagine there are a bunch of you in the room. And these profiles were created out of a collaborative work that we did with Duke University and some other folks talking to caregivers. Caregivers' voices need to be heard everywhere. They need to be seen, and they're not seen. And so after months, I would say more than a year's worth of conversation on this, who are you, how would you talk about yourself, these 10 profiles were developed. And so you can, and a caregiver can be more than one profile. Like, for example, I'm a green box right now. That's end of life. Caregiving can end that way. But all of those. So I think this profile thing is going to be up for a bit, so you can look at them while we're all talking. The value of these profiles is that they help target the things that negatively impact caregiving. Like our caregiver vision excludes caregivers who are pre-diagnosis. If you're caring for someone but they don't have a label yet, it's hard to find resources. If the caregiver is managing multiple conditions simultaneously, they don't fall into some neat box. Or if they're navigating a stigmatized condition like mental illness, all of that influences the well-being of the caregiver. And that's what RCI has been really, really focused on. And so marrying it with mental illness is a perfect match, I think. So I'm going to give you one example of how you can use these profiles outside of the medical environment. Yes, I am a doctor, and I did say that. Yes, there's something beyond. Caregivers are not extensions of the healthcare system, okay? One of the things I did in my early days at RCI is I interviewed people who are not medical. And one example is the UGA Law Clinic. They have a family law clinic. It's designed to teach law students about family legal issues. And the other purpose is to serve the community. So their work is all pro bono. So I talked to the woman who organized it, and very smart lawyer, very good teacher, gets high ratings. And I said, do you see family caregivers in your clinic? And I got crickets. She was like, what? So then she reflected on a few seconds and she said, you know, I'd never thought about that. I don't see them. She's dealing with the problems that they have to deal with, but she does not recognize that they're walking beside someone else. And I think those of you who are in mental health know that on a really fundamental level. So these profiles are not only for use in a medical setting, but you can think of in the corporate setting, in law, in public safety. We use them in disasters. We have a guide on disaster management at the RCI that we developed with FEMA. FEMA did not recognize there was what I call a two-body problem when you ask people to evacuate during a hurricane. Did I get an amen out there? Okay, that's what we do at RCI. Anything a caregiver has to deal with. That's why I love it. It's complex, it's fun. Yes, it is fun. But yeah, so I'm gonna stop yapping because I could talk all day too. Oh, can I give a few statistics? Okay, because I'm a numbers, that is my job. I'm an epidemiologist. So the other group, the other category are people who are caregiving while employed. We've done a lot on that. If you can get that QR code or in your program, there's things that you can scan and get our work on that. There are 700,000 employed caregivers in Georgia right now. 700,000. 40% of them are men. People tend to think of caregivers as being women. No, guys get in on the fun too. Caregivers are younger than you think. 41% of people in Georgia between the ages of 45 and 64 are caregivers. I know we got people in the room in that age category. 35% between the ages of 18 and 44. We do not have good data on children. We need it. So on their needs, we're talking about caregivers now. 21% report delaying their own health care due to cost. That speaks to the insurance issue. 24% report poor mental health. and 28% report symptoms that are diagnostic of clinical depression. So if we can see caregivers, we can address these issues and maybe help them help the person that they're working with. So thank you for.
Thanks, Dr. Miles. I really appreciate these profiles because in society where oftentimes we are moving away from labeling conditions and identities, sometimes it is helpful to just name it so we know how to treat it appropriately and sensitively. So thank you for this and for sharing more context. I lost my place. Here we go. Dr. Bird, let's turn to the intersection of caregiving and mental health. How can we better support the needs of caregivers in both medical and workplace settings?
Let me start, well, some additional information about myself is I practiced as a psychiatric nurse practitioner for a decade before I had the honor of coming to the Carter Center. One of the most important assets any of my patients had was their caregiver. I had to take a really deep breath if they showed up alone or they were wheeled into a screen or in telemedicine and there was not someone there with them. Because I knew I was only going to get a portion of the story. And that's not throwing anybody under the bus, but when we're ill and we're overwhelmed or cognitively impaired, whether it be from depression or dementia, we're not seeing the big picture. That's why they say you're wearing, gray glasses. You're not seeing everything. So that caregiver is so important. I think that we're doing much better in the field of mental health at this time, and following the lead of those of us in geriatrics. There was a time where we moved away from the value of caregivers, and we're very much stronger on the individuality of that that person or that patient or that consumer, which of course I totally respect. But your chances, of recovery, is just having that caregiver. There's nothing that takes that place. And it doesn't have to be a family member. It can be a friend, it can be a coworker, it can be a peer, but that caregiver is really needed when you're navigating, I think, the medical system, if you're looking at physical illness. I wanted to also speak to the challenges and something that you, Tony, alluded to is that the stress of the caregiver and being not seen. As a paid caregiver, I was seen as a paid caregiver. I'm now the caregiver of a 91-year-old having cognitive challenges, sibling with bipolar and addictive disease, and recently my husband was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And of course I have my adult children and my puppy dog and my friends that I caregive and all of those things. But that's not often recognized, that that's a part of who we are and what we need and the kind of accommodations that we need. And I'm fortunate to be here at the Carter Center, who has been very sympathetic to that. But I have, in my career as a professional paid caregiver, been told, well, sometimes you just have to quit work and go home. As if that was an option. I mean, how bold, as if that was an option. How am I gonna keep the roof over my head and insurance? My husband was independently employed. So those things are just really important. I love the research that's been doing that highlights the role that caregivers play, both professionally, you're paid, but really those family and non-paid caregivers. And I really look forward to carrying this forward.
Thank you, Dr. Bird.
Yeah, I was just trying to jump in like a million times. When you are in a crisis, just wanted to echo what E was saying about having somebody, a caregiver, a friend, a family member, a trusted advisor with you when you go to a medical appointment, when it's something that is chronic, something you're going to have to deal with multiple times, when it's not going to be a one and done. Like, it is a really, even at your best, you're going to miss things when you are at the doctor's office. And with our experience, I have two sides. Which I didn't mention. My dad has Parkinson's, and he lives by himself. He's independent. But it is, it's a one-way disease. It's a progressive disease, and we know that as he gets older, he's going to have more challenges that are involved in it. And you want to have somebody there at those doctor's office meetings for a lot of reasons. One is, even if you're at the top of your game, it's just kind of like when you take your car into the mechanic, it does the noise until you get there, and then once you get there, it's like, it was doing the thing. But it's like the same thing when you get into the doctor's office, when you get in there and you're trying to remember what you were going to say, remember the question you're going to form. Usually go in with like 8 questions, and then like you only remember 2 of them, and then when you have to get back, you're like, you don't remember what you're like, oh man, I forgot to ask that one question. Your caregiver can help you with that. But one of the biggest challenges that we had, that my wife and I had when we were dealing with Jonathan at the very beginning of his disease, and even now, when we went to doctor's offices, we were trying to get extremely specific information out of Jonathan's care team while we had a toddler that was like flipping and flopping in our arms. And it was nearly impossible. So what we had to do was invent ways to get information to the doctor and to get information from the doctor. And it's not sitting in the room with a 2-year-old. So what we did was Sarah would be in the office with Jonathan, and then the doctor would have her phone, and I had my headphones on, a small little corner of the office, and I was typing everything she was writing in Evernote so that it kind of came up live on my wife's phone so she could see the notes that I was having and the questions that I was asking, because Evernote was syncing between the 2 phones. It is really important to have that communication piece, to have someone to bounce off of. Just be like, did the doctor say this? Did I remember this question? I need to follow up on this, just because you will miss things if you don't. So I just wanted to co-sign on that, because it was the most important key thing when I was going through the worst of it with Jonathan.
Thank you for that. Joel, given the shifting landscape and great uncertainty that we're encountering, how can we get these resources to caregivers that they need? And to that end, are there opportunities for our audience to engage and amplify these needs?
Lots of opportunities. There's a lot of change happening in Washington, D.C. If you haven't read Twitter today, put it down. It's a mental health thing. Just pick it up tomorrow, maybe. So yeah, I think we're going on month 4 of a new administration, Republican in the White House, Republican Congress, and they are pursuing an agenda that basically looks at they believe that too often government stands in the way of a prosperous economy and society, and they're engaging in significant amount of change, right? Part of that is government restructuring. Part of that is making the government smaller. Part of it is deregulatory. And part of it is passing legislation, including legislation to extend tax relief to all Americans. And that's advancing in the House and the Senate kind of as we speak. And so I think the way I think about it is there's kind of threats and opportunities on both sides. I'll start out with the threats, and maybe we'll end on a high note with me at least. On the threat side, I think government restructuring what we're seeing is I think everyone in this room would probably agree that if there's inefficiencies, waste, bloat in government, we should probably address that and reduce it, right? I think a lot of people disagree about how this administration is going about doing that, and the Doge stuff and Elon Musk and things like that. So we've got to kind of see through to what they're trying to accomplish. And in the Health and Human Services Department, which runs Medicare and Medicaid and the Administration for Community Living and all the programs that we care about, they want to restructure how that all works and reduce the workforce that works on that. But the most significant thing for us is, as they restructure, what they're proposing to do is to send a lot of the funds that used to be directed in Washington, by Washington, to the states. So now the state of Georgia is going to have more authority, control, decision-making, and leeway to say, we're going to fund it in elder justice programs, or we're going to fund it in respite care, or we're going to fund it, somewhere else. What that means is great if you're living in Georgia and you go and talk to the folks in Georgia who can make these decisions and they're aligned with you. Not so great if you're living, I don't know, in Texas, say, and they disagree with you, right? It means the power and the funding is devolving to the state level, and so state advocacy is going to be much more important, one, but two, it'll be diverse across the country. And so staying organized, being organized, keeping informed of how that's playing out at the state level is going to be very, very important. That's issue number one. Issue number two is the budget, and because of how this bill is moving through, so it's about a $6 trillion bill, give or take $1 trillion.
It's almost real money.
I can't even imagine what $1 trillion is. It's more than I make, and I care about my salary, so I guess it's important. But it's a lot of money, and most of it is tax cuts. And importantly, in the tax cut space, because you may not know this, it's a doubling of the child credit, which affects about 40 million lower-income Americans. It's a quadrupling of the employer tax credit for family and medical, paid family and medical leave, which is important. It's also a reduction in all the rates, and the biggest reduction is in the lowest income rate. So they're trying to tilt this more towards lower income Americans to reflect the fact that Trump is trying to realign the party towards working class Americans. Agree or disagree, that's what they're trying to do. But because of the budget rules in the tax bill, they've got to pay for this. How are they paying for this? Well, they're going to increase revenue by repealing tax credits and deductions and things like that, but they're also going to cut funding. And one of the big areas they're going into is Medicaid, okay? And so the Budget Office just released their estimate about $930 billion in Medicaid funding reductions over the next 10 years. It's primarily in eligibility for Medicaid, so tightening up eligibility and redeterminations every 6 months, looking at income and assets. This is both for Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, and new work requirements for expansion population able-bodied adults, okay? The important thing with that one is so that you have to engage in work 80 hours a month in work, community service, or education. But the important thing is there's a carve-out in the work requirement for caregivers and people with mental health issues. And so that's important. We need to make sure that is retained if that provision continues to go forward. But the thing that's most impactful, I think, is they're changing how states finance or use financing mechanisms to supplement Medicaid funding. So these are things called provider taxes and state-directed payments. You don't need to know the details. The point is states have figured out ways to enhance their Medicaid funding, and those things are being stopped in this bill. And so states are going to either have to figure out new financing mechanisms or make up the income, make up the spending. And so these are mostly on providers and managed care organizations and things like that, but everything trickles downhill. And so burden on caregivers we're watching, we're concerned with. This bill will change as it goes through the process. It's not even passed the House yet. It's just gone through the committees. And it'll go to the Senate, and the Senate, will have their say. The one thing I'll just give you here is President Trump met with House Republicans this morning, and the quote that came out said, "Don't F with Medicaid." Because most of the people on Medicaid are working Americans, the adult population, right? So, he views it as a political negative and a policy imperative. So, for what it's worth, I don't know how it's all going to play out. I know that it's a big pot of money that they got to pay for, and they're looking at Medicaid. Now, having said that, on the opportunity side, now that I've depressed you, on the opportunity side, okay, hold on, good stuff is coming. There are a number of bills that we're tracking to elevate the role of caregivers and support for caregivers. So the first is Buddy Carter addressed the conference here. He is planning on introducing legislation after this budget bill goes through the process to create a new Office of Caregiving in Health and Human Services. That office fits into the HHS restructuring. It would coordinate all caregiving activities at the federal level, direct resources, and make things much more coordinated. So hopefully that will simplify things and help prioritize caregivers within the department to elevate their role. Second thing is President Trump made a campaign promise to say we'll provide a $5,000 tax credit for caregivers. That bill's been introduced. It's bipartisan. It's got 35 co-sponsors. We need to figure out how that bill gets elevated, but it's on the table. And third thing is the administration just released Dr. Oz runs this Medicare office. You guys heard of Dr. Oz? He is enamored with technology. And what he sees as a major problem is what Josh just talked about, which is parents, caregivers, patients don't have the tools at their disposal to be able to navigate the health system and all the other social supports they need to navigate effectively. And so they just issued a request for information, and a major part, the majority of the questions that request makes are on the caregiver side. So it shows that Oz is thinking about these things, he places a high importance on them, and he wants us to tell him what are the tools, what are the problems, what are the tools, where are the gaps, how can we better support caregivers through new technology tools like apps and portals and real-time or asynchronous communication with doctors and social services, et cetera. So that's a huge opportunity. We want to talk to Dr. Oz about that and make sure caregivers are elevated in that discussion as well. So bad, good, hopefully they balance out. Thanks.
We're always glad to hear good news coming from DC, so thank you so much for that, Joel. I have one more question, and it's for Brenda. One more before we open up the floor to our audience Q&A. So just a quick reminder that if you have a question for any of our panelists, please remember to write it down on one of those cards on your tables, or if you're joining us online, drop it in the chat, and we'll make sure those make our way up here. Brenda, you work very closely with Georgia's safety net system. How do caregivers shape the care of individuals with serious mental illness in that context?
So, in quite a few ways. We have put forth a lot of different efforts at this point as the state mental health authority responsible for policy, service definitions, clinical program development, and work very closely, as you all know, with the legislators. There are a couple things that have been happening. One is we have been moving with the Community Service Board model, which is the Behavioral Health Community Center. We have been working to transition that into a CCBHC, which is a model that is more akin to an integrated behavioral health approach, because we can really no longer think that behavioral health, SUD, we cannot have it be siloed. I mean, we are dealing with total people, total needs, and there are biological illnesses, you know, across the system within an individual. That means that in this particular model, the service is 0, you know, birth to death, with the best evidence-based treatments and many partnerships, collaborations, required agreements with primary care, et cetera, otherwise, to be able to promote the health of the individuals. And when I say individuals, I really am looking at individuals who need care and the caregiver. So, because you gotta have healthy caregivers, you know, as well as promoting the health and care of the individuals needing care. Also, over the past year and a half, we were successful, DBHDD with DCH and legislators, to be able to raise the base rates of services, reimbursement of services, Medicaid and state, because that went directly to the issue of an adequate workforce. Organizations couldn't stabilize if they could not pay salaries since the latest base rate of 2008. So when you really look at that much time that had passed, in order to provide more access and adequate access, I shouldn't say adequate, we still don't have adequate, but more, we had to invest in organizations, and that was heard across the board with the requirement that it's reassessed every 2 or 3 years. It's huge, huge. We also were involved in SAMHSA reaching out, asking us if we wanted to be involved in a policy academy on aging. We actually assembled a great group from Emory, Carter Center, providers, different state agencies. That was important because transportation is an issue. Insurance is an issue. Everything you can think of as someone navigates through life that a state agency supports is important. So a group of us came together, and interestingly enough, what we really jumped on was the fact that for the aging population or aging caregivers, that Medicaid, as we all know, it does not reimburse well. The codes don't adequately describe anything that looks like integrated behavioral health. And and providers are able to opt out of Medicare, and Medicare is necessary for the aging group. So from that work, we determined that we would contract with the Carter Center because, you know, with all of the abilities of the Carter Center to move forward, to isolate the different aspects of this that needed addressing, which would include understanding what Medicare covers, what it doesn't, understanding the coding and the billing possible, identifying the necessary collaborations that are necessary across the board for different types of providers, organizations to come together to adequately provide the care. And then strategy and policy to be able to move forward with that very issue. It's very necessary. I mean, as we look at the infrastructure that is necessary on so many angles to support the caregiver or support the person needing care, we have to look at all of these aspects because they really are the forces, you know, that enable true change. So we've been really busy with all of that. I also recently had the thought, and I meant to talk to you, Sue, about this, but you know, we have, in regards to the peer support system that we have the parent peer support. So parents who can support parents. You know, what if we ever developed a caregiver? I mean, that is a caregiver type, but what if we looked at caregiving overall, all types of caregiving, and had, like caregiver peer support type thing, I think we all probably could sign up for that. Probably every single one of us could get certification in that. Yeah. But these are the kinds of things that DBHCD is working on to promote this issue.
Thank you so much, Brenda, and we are so very grateful to the department for prioritizing caregiving. We have time for just one question. I got one from the audience that I'm going to pose to anyone in the group who might have a response. Are there any resources or facilities that provide respite for caregivers?
So you hit a hot button there. There used to be a strategy in the gerontology community providing respite that is no longer an option, so I'm not going to mention it. Right now, there's no organized way other than working it out with your friends. There are, I want to give a shout out to the Alter program, which is a caregiver-focused legacy of Mrs. Carter's that is focused on Black caregivers in Georgia and now across the United States. There are Alter groups. Within Alter, there are organized groups that help each other out that way. Right now, it's like, I know this is going to sound really old, but standing at the back fence and talking to your neighbor. That's what that's what respite really, when it happens. So no, there's no organized respite.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is some of the work that we hope to do under the contract that the Carter Center and RCI have with DBHDD. There are resources for caregivers, and the last time we looked, they're underutilized. Not huge amount, but underutilized because of some of the policies that are in place. Caregivers are not always living in the same counties together or in the same households, and there are just certain things that, unintended consequences of some of the policies with good intention by putting resources but that then can't be used. I will say when I did my doctoral program, I looked at the Community Care and Source program, which is now the older adult and disability, what's it called? Waiver. Mm-hmm. One service that could be written into that plan is respite care. And we actually did a cost analysis of it, and you could provide respite care to a caregiver cheaper than you could provide one-on-one by 3 hours at a time, bringing somebody in. So there are things that could be done that would be more efficient and more economical, easier on the caregiver, but we just have to dig in and look at what those opportunities are here.
Yeah. Can
No, we're at time, but I do want to jump in because I spoke at the National Respite Conference last month in Huntsville. And there are networks out there. So even if there aren't official state programs, there are networks. And I would absolutely recommend that you check with your insurance provider and see if there is anything that fits within a tight window that might work for you. For example, I know that if you are fully involved in taking care of somebody that has 100% they are 100% dependent on you. So if they have advanced Alzheimer's, or in my case, I have a friend. When you're a parent, your kids' friends become your social network. And I have a dad friend who has a kid with Fragile X, and you would think that inflammatory bowel disease and Fragile X could not be two more different diagnoses, but what parents have to deal with about finding respite care, finding our whatever help we can get from the state, from insurance, from neighbors, from whatever, all that stuff's very similar. So he is able to get through his insurance, and we had the same insurance, we worked at the same company for a while. He was able to get respite care, so have a professional come into his house and help take care of his son while he did basic functions of life, like going to the doctor or the grocery store or whatever. And 3-4 hours a month was half a day a month, but it's still something, and it helped. So I would say check with your insurance company, see what riders that they might have, because I do know that in nearly every policy that I've looked at and that the respite conference has shown to me, there are buckets of money and there are benefits that are extremely underutilized. So, free money.
Also, Aging and Disabilities Resource Connection is the best kept secret. So if you just Googled ADRC in the state of Georgia, that is a populated database from all of the area agencies on aging around, and it's not, you don't have to be aging, it's aging and disabilities. And they will have, you've seen kind of one area agency on aging, you've seen one area agency on aging, because they can use their Older Americans Act funding differently. Of course, Older Americans Act is for older people, but they also might have in those counties with home and community-based services respite that they've carved out. So it's worth a call.
Yeah, I'm going to shift it just a little bit because I am RCI, and I feel like this is my last public presentation as a member of RCI. So I want to just can I acknowledge a few people at this point who were very instrumental. I came in as a chronic disease epidemiologist and never thought about the people around the bed. That's who the caregivers are. So I just want to mention Jennifer Olson, who was the former CEO when I came on board. Yes, you can applaud. This is kudos. Karen Kavanaugh, who was instrumental in getting those profiles into the shape that you saw today. Leslie Poole, who spearheaded our FEMA guide for caregivers, so you can look that up, it's out there, yeah. Kelly Wang, who is our data master and has built our new data platform, which you can find out more about. Carl Bond, who is the administrative man who can get to yes. Love men who can get to yes. And Mandy Barr, who was took a lot of time to help me understand what was happening on the ground in America. So all of those people and others that I didn't name, because I came in during the time of COVID and really didn't get to spend much time in their presence, but they were so instrumental in RCI's forward movement. So thank you for helping me acknowledge them.
I love that, concluding by shouting out some of our caregiving superheroes. Thank you so much, Dr. Miles. That is all the time that we have today. I know we could sit here and talk about caregiving and all of the opportunities and landscape nuances for a very long time, but unfortunately we've kept our group for a long time today. Thank you so much for sticking with us today. I also want to thank each and every one of our panelists for your time, your dedication to this work, and for sharing your expertise with all of us today. This is, again, just scratching the surface of what there is to discuss, but we're so excited that the Carter Center and RCI are merging to marrying, as Eve says. I like that word choice, to strengthen and deepen this work. It's so important, and we're committed to carrying forward Mrs. Carter's legacy. So to wrap us up today with some closing remarks, I'm going to leave the stage to Josh to send us off. Thank you, everyone.
All right, Josh, before you go. So I have to step in here, and Josh introduced himself, but it was really inadequate. Okay. So I want to add to his introduction. Josh Carter is the most genuine, warm, intelligent advocate for the care and compassion of others. And a super fun travel colleague.
We went to Liberia together, and it was awesome.
So Josh and I traveled to Liberia together last month for our global mental health program review. And we accomplished so much more than we could or should or would have with Josh being there. And I want to thank you, Josh. I want to sum it up by saying the apple has not fallen far from the Jimmy and Rosalynn Carter tree, and it's such a pleasure to work with you and get to know you better. But now, before I let you make these closing remarks, you get a little pressure here, buddy.
All right.
So this is the time of the forum for now 29 years that we all looked forward to. Not that we were leaving and rushing into Atlanta traffic, but really because your grandmother was going to speak to us. She would at this time sum up what she heard and really kind of gave us where she thought we needed to focus, and this is part of the reason for this forum. We thank you so much. We are honored to have you here. We miss her dearly, but honored to have you here. So thank you very much for closing us out this afternoon.
Well, great. Well, thank you, Eve. And thank you all for being here. You know, the Carter Center, my family, and our country and our state are all changing. You know, this is such a time of change. I think that's the one thing that we can all agree on. And the work that we do here, the work that you all of you in your seats, is the work that we're doing is promoting and advancing the dream that my grandmother has had for more than 50 years. I know we're at the 29th anniversary of this panel, but this is work that my grandmother spent more than half of her life dedicated to, was the advocating for mental health, advocating for caregivers. And every one of you in this room, everyone who has been in this room, are helping promote and carry that torch that my grandmother started. So I want to thank you all for the important work that you do in all of the areas where you're effective, where you are impactful. And I just want to close by saying that you are my grandmother's vision and future, and you're doing the work. And we can't do it without you. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your advocacy.